Ay, sorry. Sorry. Sir Luigi pa. Paulit po.
Sa presenting ka garo mapindot tayo ng presenting mo dyan.
Naka-quit siya. Kaya pala ito na i-ano eh. Siya ang naka-quit.
Dapat ba po siya malabas? Di ba po na naman ako mukha mo niya ang pa. Magkamukha mo nga dulo ako. Mamalunan.
Sorry. Paano na lang po? Paalis muna ng video, Sir Louie. Yeah, I know. Pero dahil siya nagluluwas. Sa po dahil nagluluwas. Sir Louie?
Yes, Ma'am Bing.
May nag-igin ng staff.
Yes, I asked my staff to go to your office po.
Yeah. Ano? Parang okay lang. Kung ano yung mag-phone na kami, saka mga ka rin siya. Ano nangyari?
Nagbuhang kayo.
Hindi. Ano po, ano yung lang yung file?
Ito talaga ako.
Kain na yan.
Hindi nga naman.
Okay, while we are waiting for Ma'am Bing, I would like again to remind all the participants to please answer the evaluation that can be accessed after the training webinar. And to those who haven't answered yet, the first two evaluations, we will post the link for you to answer or submit your answers to the evaluation. Thank you so much. Hi, Ma'am Bing.
Oh, yes. Ano yung tara dito sa nagbuwas? Hello, Sir Luigi.
Yes po, Ma'am Bing.
Yeah, sorry. I'm back. Hi. Hello.
Hello po. We can hear you, ma'am.
I can hear you, pero maluwa yun. Okay. So anyway, may I continue with my presentation? The first presentation actually of 5. Kaya medyo karikas-rikasan ko na lang po. Nagkaigwa pa kitang technical problem. So may I start with the principles of effective communication? Mation mo na lang ako, Sir Luigi. Okay,
Yes,
so what is effective communication? So effective communication is actually very important in any organization. So CBSUA is our organization. It is said that it should be free from barriers so as to be effective. Actually, there are many types of barriers like physical barrier, emotional barriers, psychological barriers. So kaibahan yan dyan ang kapag igwa kitang hilang, we are not ready to listen, we are not ready to communicate, kaibahan po yan. Communication is a two-way process where the message sent by the sender should be interpreted in the same manner or in the same terms by the recipient. That's why nagkakaigwa po kita ng miscommunication. If the message being sent is not the same message that is received by the receivers, of course, or the recipient. Kaya po nagkakaigwang miscommunication because sometimes ang send out ng message, iba ang sabi takayan in layman's term, iba ang dating sa to kang message because again, there are many factors in the understanding or in the comprehension of a message. Kaya nga ni, of all the different modes of communication, mas magayon ang face-to-face communication because apart from the message itself, nahihiling ta itong sabi kayan body language um, and other factors in communication. So anyway, these are the characteristics of effective communication. First, it should be clear. The clarity of purpose. The message to be delivered must be clear in the mind of the sender. What is the message that you would like to send? The person to whom it is targeted and the aim of the message should be clear in the mind of the sender. So, for example, ang mga tao, kita mismo in the workplace, we have to have in mind ang satuyang audience or ang satuyang recipient. Kasi ang gusto tang paabutan kang mensahe ta. Because with this in mind, dapat clear kung paano ta ipapadala ang message, the message itself. Dapat basically in any organization or in any workplace or maski sa anong situation, dapat ang mensahe very clear. Problem is sometimes people are not very clear in sending the message. Tapos saro pa po, may mga ugali ang ibang tao na they would like to please or they would like to make the message really unclear kaya nagagamit kitang sabi kayan highfalutin terms, gusto talang mag-impress actually ng mga tao. But actually in the true sense of the word communication, ang importante sa communication is we like to make our messages clear. So the sender must have that in mind. Isa ang gusto tang paabutan kan mensahe ta and kung anong klaseng mensahe ang gusto tang ipaabot. Ang importante po sa mensahe, clear lang. Kaya dapat nga ni ko ta, very simple terms lang yung ginagamit ta sa satuyang mga messages. Especially in business communication. Yan. Of course, completeness. Another problem in communication is when our messages are incomplete. Ang iba kayang mga tao, there are people na mahilig mag-sending message pero hindi na natatapos actually ang mga messages ninda. I know of persons na parang pirmi lang nakabitin ang mga messages ninda or they do not complete actually the message. In their mind, pero akala ninda na ipaabot na ninda si message. But actually, To some, ano kaya itong sinabi? Nakahangin, so ano, the thought, okay, the idea. So it should be well planned and organized, and no assumptions should be made by the receiver. Or also, no assumptions should be made by the sender in the same manner. Kasi minsan ang sender, nag-iisip sinda, na-gets na kang pinapaabutan ni that kan mensahe. In the same manner, pag itinapos kang sender ang message, the receiver will just assume na iyon ang ibig sabihin. When in fact, it's not. That is why there is miscommunication. Conciseness. Conciseness is making our messages short and unnecessary of details. It should be short and complete. Problem again is, ibang mga tao, they try to wonder or they try to beat around the bush na sinasabi, kadakol sinasabi, when in fact, iyo man lang pala ni kalipot si message na kaipuhan. Especially siguro ang mga girls, kitang women, mga babae, mahilig kadakol mga istorya, when in fact, the message is just very short. Ang mga boys or the men, medyo mayong tendency mag-wonder or beat around the bush in terms of messages or sending messages. Feedback. Okay, feedback is very important because we will know if we are able to send across the right message through the feedback. Kung nagkaigwa kaming tamang feedback, di nahihiling mong tama ang message na pinaabot mo. And the feedback should be timely. Okay? Timely means itao mo tulos ang feedback na kaipuhan na itong pagparapahalo yun, because sometimes along the way, if you don't send the feedback immediately, nagkakaigwa pang mga nangyayari if you don't send feedbacks immediately. It should also be specific rather than general. So just focus on the message and not other messages, or you don't interpret other things like igwa ka ng ibang sinabi sa mga kung ano-ano. When in fact, you just have to focus on the, for example, the act itself or the message itself, and not any other messages for that matter that happened in the past. So yan lang po ang importante. Without feedback, we will not be able to know if the message that we have sent is actually understood by the receiver or our audience. Okay, empathy is also very important in communication. What is empathy? That is actually putting ourselves in the shoes of another person. So empathy with the listeners is essential for effective verbal communication. That's why, as a speaker, one of the characteristics or traits of a good speaker is when you are able to empathize. When you have empathy with your listeners, anong ibig sabihin kanina? Namamatian ta kung ano ang namamatian kang nagdadangon sa to. So we should be sensitive enough to their needs and emotions. Okay, that's why a good speaker is said to be a good speaker if, for example, naiintindihan mo ang plight kang mga listeners mo. For example, if you are talking to farmers, dapat naiintindihan mo ang farmers. If you are talking to children, then your language and how you talk should be suitable for children. So araw po kami. In fact, sa communication, dapat pating hinihiling ta ang audience ta, especially itong medyo sabi ta kayan, the unfortunate ones. Kasi mas sensitive sinda. If you talk to rich people, to the educated people, less sensitive yan because they have their pride. Pero pag we talk to the unfortunate ones, ining mga sabi ta mga paraumad, daing gayon nakapag-adal, mas sensitive po yan. That's why we have to be more, we have to exercise more empathy when we talk to them. This way, he can understand things, that means the listener, from their perspective and make communication more effective. Okay, so we modify the message according to the audience. Okay, so the same message can be modified depending upon the audience. For example, the same message that I'm saying, yun na nga, balikan ko sa sinasabi ko sa bago, for example, ang sarong lecture ko po, halimbawa, ang sarong lecture ko, if I say it to my students inside the class, iba yan. I think I should have a more academic approach when I share this to my students. For example, this same message, iba din ang approach ko because I'm sharing this message to you. Non-teaching personnel, pig-fit in ko siya duman sa pangangaipon nindo. Okay? This same message, for example, effective communication, if I deliver this to farmers in the community, as for example, as me as an extension worker, iba din po dapat ang approach ko kani. So, meaning I understand the situation the listeners are in. Okay? So, the information requirement by different people in the organization differs according to their needs, of course. Kasi, for example, if I'm sharing this same message and I'm taking it in the academic setting and I'm delivering it in the academic setting, iba kayan ang dating kung mga farmers ang nagdadangog sa ko. So, ano man niya pagpaparataram ni ma'am, garo da kami nakakarelate. But if you try to uh, cater to the needs, ano mo siya, tailor, you tailor fit it to the needs of the people in the community or to the listeners, di nagkakaigwa sa indang relevance and they see it as really important to them. So nagkakaiba po if we sabi dito if we try to share it to level management. Sabi dito, use of jargon should be minimized because it might lead to misunderstanding and misinterpretations. Yung jargons are actually yung mga, sabi natin, highfalutin terms o mga masakit maintindihan ng mga terms. The message should be modified according to the needs and requirements of the target audience. Again, sabi ko nga, minsan ang ibang mga tao, at ang pasil na, madali nang maintindihan, they try to look into the dictionary and they try to look for hanap daw ngayon kanilang synonyms na mas difícil para mas magayon ang dating. So it's not really good if we do that. We look for terms, synonyms na mas dapat nganing mas madaling maintindihan. So we have multiple channels of communication. Sabi dyan, for effective communication, we should use multiple channels because it increases the chances of clarity of message. The message is reinforced by using different channels and there are less chances of deformation of message. Okay, so we have different channels like, of course, we have the verbal communication, we have the written communication. Another thing is, sabi tanganik yan, kung pinaabot mo na through letter, dahil mo pwede mo pa man kay kaulayon ang tao. Okay? And again, as I have said earlier, face-to-face is the most effective because aside from the message itself, there are many other factors like body language. Okay? Even facial expression that would help in the understanding of the message. Okay? Make effective use of grapevine. What is grapevine? Kung sa term ta, ang grapevine is yung chismis or pagpapasa-pasa. Chismis, sorry, maybe in the bad connotation of the word. Pero yung grapevine is passing along or passing on of the message. So, pwede naman siyang pakinabangan ang passing of the message, passing on of the message. The managers can use grapevine to deliver formal messages and for identification of issues which are significant for the employees. So, we don't take it against persons, especially kung ginagamit na ini to deliver formal messages. For example, what is happening in the university right now, kung i-convey to other clients of the university, to other members of the university, then you make use of grapevine para maaaraman nila, iba palang online enrollment, araw palang kani, the deadline of the enrollment is August 15. So because they do not see the memo, may mansindang nahihiling na formal information, formal information, then we use a grapevine. Okay? Okay, that's for the first presentation. The second presentation is actually on the face-to-face. Tama ba, Sir Louis?
Yes, Ma'am Bing.
Yes. Anyway, I only have very short presentations. Okay. I am using this borrowed presentation. Anyway, this is only a very short one. Sige, Sir Louis. Next slide, please. Okay. It's said to be the most primitive form of communication because, of course, we are not using technology for that matter. But if you consider the style of communication, the interplay between different channels and productivity, we instead find that face-to-face is the most sophisticated communication mechanism available today. Um, right now, we are delving into communication using technology, but of course, we are uh, in thirst of face-to-face communication. Gustong-gusto ta pong magkahirilingan, like what we experienced earlier. If I'm delivering this to you face-to-face, siguro almost done na ako kang presentation. So, ang face-to-face pa man giraray ang most effective, as I have said. Gustong-gusto ta talaga ng face-to-face. Also, like for example, ako, personally, na-experience ko na digdi sa online, sa Zoom, using Google. Somehow, I also experienced na, garo, nasusupog akong mag-share. Especially that, lalo kung halikot man lang ang gusto mong i-share, or you also think na it's not as important as what they are saying, garo nagkakaigwa ka ng supog to raise your hand or to say, may I please be acknowledged to talk. But, in face-to-face communication, garo mas easier na ginigibo tayan. You just raise your hand and you just say few sentences, okay na. Pero digdi garo, everyone's attention is on you. So anyway, these are the things that are important in face-to-face communication. Eye contact, personal space, turn take, talking, and gestures. These are the things we have to be conscious about in face-to-face communication. Of course, when you are talking with a person, you have to make eye contact. It's not very good na you are talking with a person and then your eyes are wandering. People who look away, when you look at them, may seem shifty and appear to be hiding something. Pero kung may iniiwasan, and it's not really very good. It's very important to establish a sense of engagement and social presence when you are talking with someone. It also actually means that you are really intently listening when you are looking at the person's eye. Okay? That's why sometimes pwede tamandayaon, kunyari, nagdadangog kita, but actually we are not by just looking at the person's eye, di ba? In the negative side of it. The next is gestures, of course. Itong actions ta, no? The actions are also very important when we do face-to-face communication because it adds life, or it adds life to what we are saying. In fact, importante, together with the facial expression. Like, ako, if you are looking at me, even my brows are raised sometimes. Even the movement of the lips are important when you are communicating. So this is very important. So this may be a conscious and deliberate effort as we point to the item, or maybe slight wave of the hand or alignment of the body. So these are all part of gestures and are all part of effective communication in terms of face-to-face mode. Personal space is one thing that we have to remember when we are doing face-to-face communication. Daiman kaya pwedeng haranihon kitang maray sa tao. Or, if we are doing a face-to-face communication, pero we are coming from the far end of a room, the far ends of the room, you have to get closer to one another. So there is a space that you have to occupy when you are talking face to face with a person, and we have to be conscious of that. Hindi naman pwede na we are talking with a person tapos arog na kanikarani ang lalawgunin mo. So you have to move apart, or if you are too much apart from one another, you have to move closer. Okay? Turn talking. Okay? Or that means when she talks, you listen. When you talk, she listens. Something like that. So taking turns in talking. Okay? Because It is rude to interrupt someone when someone is talking. So starting to speak in the middle of someone's utterance can be rude. So it is helpful that you do turn talking. Thank you. The next is about phone communication or some phone etiquettes that we have to remind ourselves about. I know that you already know this, but we just have to remind ourselves para da kita nasasabihin, ay karud man ka tong ano sako, nagsimbag kang telepono. Okay? Sige, Sir Louis, okay. So, phone etiquettes at work. Yes, please. Okay. Sabi dyan, whether you work in an office or call center or whether it be on a personal use, there is a right and wrong way to talk on the telephone, especially on the workplace telephone. Because when you answer the phone, you become the face of the company. It's okay. So how you handle the call from start to finish will leave a neutral, good or bad taste in the customer's mouth, especially if yung mga clients are first-time clients of the, for example, of the university. If the call leaves a bad taste in the customer's mouth, you may lose the business. Okay? Nakaabo na ning data because of that phone call. First impression is the last impression. That's why sometimes, ay, buuton man itong nagsimbag sa isay daw ito. Okay? For this reason, it is best to make sure each call received is handled with excellence. So therefore, we have to practice phone etiquettes. So it's important to notice your tone. Okay? See, tono kang boses. Kung ano ang boses mo. So maybe one thing that you have to practice is dangugon ang sadiri. How do you sound? Never slam the phone on people. Do not play pranks. Do not drop the phone suddenly. Do not keep the caller waiting for too long. Okay? Ang sabi kayan, when you answer a phone call, you practice that you are answering it with a smile. So you say, hello, good morning. Diba? Iba po ang tono or iba ang dating kapag maugma ang nagsisimbag ang telepono. Bako tong garo, kaaga-aga pa lang, problemado na. Anyway, but hindi man yan mahali because we have problems at home in our household. Pero sabi nga ni Ken, kung ano man ang problema sa home, we have to leave it at home. Okay? Make sure you identify yourself, speak clearly, and are smiling. As I have said, smiling as you answer the phone. Before placing a caller on hold, ask for their permission first and thank them next. Okay? Sasabihin ta, may I please put you on hold? Okay? Ibig sabihin, papahalaton ta po. Okay? May I please put you on hold? Pag sinabing okay, then you say, okay, thank you. Then it is better to return a call than to keep someone on hold too long. If you think that it will take you too long to get to their concern, halimbawa may gusto siyang may hinahanap siyang tao or may gusto siyang maaraman na record or asking about the record. And if you think you cannot do that immediately na maitao-tatulos ang gusto niyang mangyari, then you say, can I just make a return call? Okay? Can I please just, okay. Or, ika ang ma-return call. Ano po? So, ika ang pwedeng mag-upload. Or if not, you ask the person to call again, like after 15 minutes. Okay. Do not forget to return a call as promised. Kapag nag-promise kang ma-upload ka sa iya, after 15 minutes, then you do so. Even if dai mo pa na troubleshoot kung ano man ang gusto niya, ano, dai mo pa nagibuan paagi. So you say, actually, dai mo pa po nahahanap si record for now. Pwede pong tawanan mo pa kami ni Masara halawig na panahon. Ano? So, pwede pong mag-upload kagiraray sa aga at the same time. Do not permit the phone to ring into the office more than 3 times. So, if you are hearing a phone ringing, kung anong po tulos, more than 3 times. If more than 3 times, ibig sabihin, halawigo na yan, na dahil lamang pagsisimbang, especially if you are nearest to the phone. Okay? If you are nearest to the phone. Always use a pleasant, congenial, and friendly tone. Yun na nga sa sinasabi ta. Ano? Okay. Problem sometimes with people is the ita na isi-separate ang mga personal problems ta from our works in the office. Okay? Sir Louis. Okay. Never interrupt the person while he or she is talking to you. Meaning, if when the caller is talking to you, okay, never interrupt. Let the person finish before you answer. Never engage in an argument with the caller. Okay, dahil po makipag-iwan. It's a no-no. Do not handle an unhappy caller's concern openly at the check-in, check-out desk. Okay? Ibig sabihin, pwede naman yan medyo in private. Tapos another thing, pag medyo magayon ang ano, pwede man babaan ang tono. Okay? So that you will not call others' attention. Do not make it a habit of receiving personal calls at work. Okay? Again, do not make it a habit of receiving personal calls at work. Si mga personal calls, kung pwede po, especially digdi sa CBSUA, medyo naitagayod ini na o-observe. So, it's high time na pwede taman ini i-observe. We make our personal calls during lunchtime, or if really there is a need for us to receive personal calls, pwede man siguro, but let us not make it interfere with our work. Okay? Let us not make it interfere with our work. For example, igwa ng customer, lalo sa mga nasa, kumbaga, mga frontliners wherein we have customers like the registrar, the Office of Student Affairs, where people come and go for their concerns. Pwede naman po ibaba mo na ang telepono then we attend to their needs because that time we should be working. Okay? Ibaba ang telepono, simbagon ang mga pangangaipok ang clients ta. Anyway, gusto ba gani ang gusto ta magtrabaho, di ba? Do not answer the phone if you are eating or chewing gum. Okay. Again, if you are eating. I remember I experienced this. Habang nag-a-attend siya sa need ko, nagkakakaning peanuts. And it's not really a very good practice. Garo gusto ko nang makihagad ng kinakakan niya. Garo gusto ko na siyang sabihan, pwedeng ibaba mo muna ang kinakakan mo. Because actually, when I went to the office, it's not lunchtime or it's not break time. Do not give an impression that you are rushed. It's better to return the call when you can give the person the time they need to handle the reason for their call. When you can't give. Okay? Again, pwede man mag-return call. Okay? So it's important to listen. Sige, Sir Louis. Learn how to handle several callers simultaneously with ease and grace. If you are having several callers, for example, na magpanic, pwede mo man sabihan na, may I just go back to you, ma'am? I have a very, ganon, Again, with ease and grace. Grace under pressure. Return calls promptly that have been left on voicemail or answer phones ini sa USA. So, maanaman kitang mga voicemails niyan. Always get the best number and the best time to have a call returned to the caller. So, when can you contact them? Arin ang best number na pwede silang makontak and the best time to have a call returned to the caller. Para, di ba, less hassle for you because if it will be a hassle kapag sige mong apo, da ka man nasisimba because it's not the best time or they are busy, they are in a meeting. Okay? Especially if a manager or member must return the call. Bako ka man ang ma-return kang call, it's another person who is supposed to return the call. Then you give the number and you give the time for the person to return the call to the person or to the caller. Do not leave a message with someone else regarding details of a delinquent account. Instead, leave a message asking the person to call the accounting department. Okay, sa mga yaon sa accounting department and other offices concerning cash transactions or money transactions. Note down the message or important points. Sometimes, sasabihin mo, nag-upload po pala niya si ano ma'am. Ano about ano nga, hindi ko napatingin, magirumduman kung sa ano ito. So, if you have this, ano na naniligaw kita, we have to write down the important points of the message. Always make collection calls in private and away from the patient flow or public areas. Again, kapag may mga medyo embarrassing na mga calls na pwede tang gibuhon na sa calls, we make it in private. If possible, provide the telephone for patients, customers, clients to use. An area providing privacy is preferred. Okay? An area providing privacy is preferred sa mga araw kaning mga concerns. Do not call a patient or a customer or client's home before 8 a.m. or after 9 p.m. Dingdingani, 9 p.m. ang nakalaag unless you have been given permission to do so. Okay, before 8 a.m. because it's not yet office hours. And if possible, bako ngani kung 9 p.m. Actually, after 5 p.m. If you are close to the person, pwede man. Siguro 7 or 8 p.m. okay na yan because we are assuming na mga rest time na yan. When hanging up the phone, make sure the caller or person called hangs up first. Always hang up the phone gently. Sinag-upod, inyo po ang inot na mapundo, iyo ang mahang up. Okay? Bako ika. You are interfering to stop the phone or stop the phone. And do it gently. Sige, Sir Louie. Thank you. Sige. Next po. This is the correct way. Answer using your name, title, and ask how you can help. So when you answer the phone, you introduce yourself. Pwede man you say your title and ask how you can help. Always leave your phone number and speak slowly. Okay? Leave a short, detailed message. Return calls in a timely manner and smile when you answer the phone. Ipapractice na po yan na nakasmile kita. Kasi whatever we do, nare-reflect po yan sa boses ta. Sa totoo lang. So, you have to do it. Ano? Like, hello, good morning. Yan. Ano? This is Miss Abel. How can be of help to you? Iba po ang tono because it is about, again, intonation. Ano? Ang tono kang happy person is actually a rising intonation. Pag sad or a gloomy day for you, it's a falling intonation. Okay? Sige. It's incorrect, not good to eat when you are on phone, to put someone on speakerphone, okay, so that na madadang nahanggabos. To talk with others while you are answering the phone, or to say anything that you don't want the caller to hear, of course. Unless gusto mo talagang makiiwan. Answer the phone if you are not prepared. Like for example, medyo anggot ka or you are crying at that moment because you have a personal problem. So don't answer the phone. Answer calls when you are in the office or in a meeting. Okay? Sige po. Next. Thank you. Then we move on to the written communication. Under written communication, and we'll be giving you 3 important aspects of written communication. First is the business letter writing. There are many types of letters. Of course, we have our love letters. We also have, by the way, collection letters, plain letters. But here we are talking about business letter that we can use in the workplace. Okay? So there are formal types, less formal, and special situation business letters. The parts, of course, we have the heading. Okay, sa digdi sa tuya in CBSUA, of course, our heading, CBSUA. If a company has stationery, then we use it. So a stationery will include the logo of the company, the name of the company, the address and other contact and identifying information, email addresses, and so on. If the company does not have any letterhead, the company's full name and address should be typed at the top of the page. Or if you are not using a paper that has the stationery, then pwede man pong i-type ka na lang Central Bicol State University of Agriculture, San Jose P. Camarines. Arog lang kayo. Ano? Then, the next is, of course, the date or the date line. Our letters should always have a date. You enter the date 2 to 6 lines below the heading, depending on the length of the letter or on the length of the paper that we are using. Ano? Okay. So the date line, 3 to 6 lines beneath the letterhead, left or right, depending on the type or the format that we are using. Okay? The most formal format is when you have the date line on the left, tapos, and so on indented. Not yet, Sir Louis. Okay. So the date line contains the month fully spelled out in business letter writing. The day and the year. Okay? Pero po, pwede taman gamiton ang format na all flashed, all parts of the letter flashed to the left. Ibig sabihin, yaon gabos sa wala. Mas madali kaya to, dahil ka na maisip, arin nga ni is indented, arin nga ni is pwedeng yaon sa left, sa pwede sa right. Pwede man ito. That is also next to the most formal. Okay? The recipient address, 3 to 6 lines below the date line. Kung isa'y ta i-address to letter. Kung isa'y ta ipapadara. Of course, the address is courtesy title and full name, the business title, the business name, street address, the city, the for example sa Tuya province, then zip code. Okay? Alam ta na po ini. The addressee, your letter should include the name of the addresses with her title, okay? Especially, of course, sa business letter, kaipuhan yan. Especially there are persons who are very conscious about their titles, followed by the company name and full address, including postal code. Okay? Next po. The salutation is your greeting. Most salutations begin with dear, followed by either the recipient's first name or title and last name. Okay? So, pwede man kitang, for example, dear, bismisa ber, araw ka yan. 1 or 2 lines below the last line of the recipient's address. If you use first names in person, you may do so in your salutation. Okay? Although, usually, ang safest po talaga kani is you say, Dear, halimbawa, Miss Habera, ano? Kada ka man sure kung doctor siya, dai mo sure kung ano, ngayon ito nakatapos, to save you from this hassle, mas ano po, okay lang na maggamit ka ng Miss or Mr. Okay? Maski yan may agum, okay lang apuduntang Miss. Okay? That is very safe. Okay, then you have, of course, the paragraphs or the body of the letter. The opening paragraph should always state why you are writing, your purpose, okay, your intention. Then in a simple and straightforward manner, explain the situation, the solution, the suggestion, kung ano ang intention kang letter mo. Be brief as possible since long complicated messages often distract readers and starts one line below the greeting. The body of the letter contains whatever you have to say. Our business letter should always be very short. Ano, halikpot lang po ini for as long as ma-convey na si gusto tang sabihin sa tuyang business letters. We remember na ang business letters are intended for people who are busy. Kaya mayo yan gayong time para magparabasa ng mga haralawigo ng mga letters. So, kung ano lang si gusto tang sabihin, that is okay, we have to put in our letter, especially in the first part of the letter. Minsan, may mga people who are really busy. Sometimes they don't finish reading the letter. Kung ano lang siyaon mo sa first paragraph or second paragraph, iyon na yan. Iyon nga yan. Alam ko na ngayon. Then, pipirmahan na. O kung gayan, hindi ipipirmahan. So, you have to really state it sa first part ng sa imong letter, ang kung anong gusto mong sabihin. Ibang-iba siya sa mga personal letters. Na may mga quotations pa, bako po yan. Okay. Then we have the complementary clause. It is a short, polite closing followed by a comma. When the letter is impersonal, use yours truly. If the letter is to someone above you in rank, use respectfully yours or yours respectfully. If you have personal connection to the addressee, use sincerely or sincerely yours. 2 lines below the last line of the body of the letter, flash left or center. Flash again, flash left or center. Okay? So ano po ang pinakamas tamang gamiton? Respectfully yours. Sabi digdi, respectfully yours. Medyo impersonal ang yours truly. Medyo may personal touch ang sincerely or sincerely yours. So respectfully yours will be very, very safe. Of course, the signature line or your signature is 4 spaces below the close. Type your full business name. In the space in between, you write your signature or you affix your signature. Use black or dark blue ink for your signature. Kundi sa tobaga, dito sa CBSUA, what we are now practicing is blue ink. Okay. Then we have final notation, 2 lines below your type signature. Pwede po kitang maglaag ng mga notations. One notation that we make is CC, or that means carbon copy. Carbon copy. Or we say copy furnished. Copy furnished is also, copy is also furnished to this person or another office. Yan po ang ibig sabihin kaya. Carbon copy. Kung sa email, igwaman kitang inaapod na BCC. Okay? Kung sa ang BCC kaya is blind carbon copy. Ibig sabihin, we are sending another copy of this letter to a person, pero dahil siya nahihiling kang ibang tao pinadarahan mo. Okay? Blind carbon copy is BCC. Postscripts, kung igwa pa kitang ibang mga gustong idagdag, a note for additional attention is ito sabitang PS, that is postscript. Is usually put on the left 2 or 3 lines below the last line. Okay? PS, kung anong mga ibang notations na gusto tang idagdag dyan. For additional information or easy understanding of the receiver or the recipient of the letter. Okay? So this is an illustration or a graphic of the different parts. I hope you can see it. Igwa po kitang dyan sa pinakataas, of course, the letterhead or typed heading. Any typed heading lang nita. May bagang logo, may ano. So it's not really a stationery of the company. Then that's the inside address. Sorry, this is the date. This is the date or the date line. Please note na in full ang month. Okay. Then inside address, aramta na yan. Then that one is your salutation. So here nakalaag, dear Mr. Daday. Okay, and then by the way, the punctuation that you use is a colon. That is the most appropriate to use in a business letter. Again, a colon. The body text, please note na ang text body, always consists of 3 paragraphs. 3 paragraphs. Okay? Hindi nga ni 4, pero generally, ang pinakaano na dyan, 3 paragraphs. Okay? Your opening, the main, and the closing paragraph. Then you have your complementary closing or complementary close, yung mga sincerely yours. Okay? Then you have your signature or the signature line. And then the printed name or the typed name. Do's and don'ts in writing a business letter. It is must to shorten your sentences, avoid long, flowing, complex sentence structures. Again, that's appropriate for business letters. Pang love letter lang po yan, personal letters. Use first names rather than last names. I'm sorry. You, actually, it's more of last names, okay? Use exclamation points occasionally or sparingly. Dahil po pigpaparagamit ang exclamation points sa business letter. Of course, we know why. Ang ano baga kayan, implication is it involves strong emotion. So, makaman gayud, day ka man gayud na aangot. Okay. Use phrases to replace crisp words. For example, instead of word occasionally, use from time to time or now, and so on. Such phrases are less concise but feel more casual. Again, gusto ta din maging friendly ang sound kang letter. Okay? Si Sir Victor Da is raising his hand. Sir Louis? Oh,
Yes, ma'am.
may nag-raise
If
ng hand. Are we
yes, ma'am.
going to entertain or later?
Later, ma'am. After the
Later na lang
discussion,
po.
ma'am.
Okay, sige.
Yes po.
After
Thank you,
this
ma'am.
siguro, perhaps the concern is on this presentation. Use complete sentences. Avoid sentence fragments such as good to know or no surprise. That's actually, yes, that's not a complete sentence. Ano? Pwede lang po siya sa conversational type of communication. Magayon siya sa conversational type of communication. Pero not in business letters. End your sentences with periods rather than ellipses. Ang ellipses po, itong 3-point period, ining araw kaninya ang digdi sa yung mga tuldok-tuldok. This means that your sentence is unfinished, you would like to say more. Dahil po siya ginagamit in business letters. So it's a period rather than ellipses. Avoid slang and contractions. Rather than you say, we're psyched to meet you, you say, we are looking forward to meeting you. Okay? Again, ining mga araw kaning mga statements, we're psyched to meet you, mas okay siya sa conversational type of communication. Ano yung face-to-face, nag-iistoryahan lang ka mo, ang friend mo, okay siya. Or maybe you are writing a personal letter, okay siya. But not in business letters. Next po, sir. Avoid writing about your kids' recitals or meaning your personal things. Okay? Ang sabi kaya, they don't really care about your personal things. Ang pinag-uulayan lang is business. Avoid mentioning anything personal about your, hindi ko nababasa. For example, you say, hope you had a good weekend. I heard you were sick. So, even if you are personally acquainted with the receiver of the letter or to whom you are sending the letter, the business letter is not a good way to talk about this. Okay, so even if you are friends with the person who is receiving the letter, for example, ako, I am a good friend with the Vice President for Academic Affairs, madihon ko siya, pero in the business letter, I don't have to talk about personal things with her. Pwede na lang mag-messenger kami, then when we bump into each other, but not in the business letter. Okay? Include words and phrases that communicate warmth. Okay? You have to say, happy to know that you are so and so. I am pleased to know. Okay? I am delighted to inform you so and so. Okay? Ini ang mga pwede tang magamit. Avoid the words immediately and now, which often sound pushy. Ibig sabihin, you are sounding pushy, nagmamadali, may element ng pagmamadali. After you write a message, review the beginning to the end, whether it includes unnecessary background information or throat clearing information. Ibig sabihin, itong throat clear, ano? Garo ka mapapadukan kapag nabasa mo. Delete anything that precedes the real message. Use complete sentences rather than fine or thank you, okay? So, pwede ka man magsabing, I am thankful, okay, and so and so. So, thank you again for your immediate action on this matter. Okay. Surely. Avoid quotations after your signature in email. Okay? Avoid quotations after your signature in email. In business letters, may na po kita mga quotations. Okay? Unless you are writing a personal letter, pwede yan. Avoid smileys, unnecessary graphics, and background wallpaper in email. This also make the letter too personal. Okay? Use you, I, and we. Using pronouns will make your writing more down to earth and engaging. Mas nagiging attention catching. Use last names rather than first names. This is what I was telling you about earlier. Mas actually okay po sa to si last names. Like we say again, Dear Miss Haber, Dear Mr. Rasal. Okay, so it's okay. Although some people will find it very impersonal, pero yan po ang tama sa business letter. And again, we don't take it against the person writing kung di kita na-address ni doctor, di kita na-address ni attorney. Well, anyway, before we became a doctor, halimbawa ako, before I became a doctor, I was Miss Abel, di ba? O yan. So, basically, Miss and Mr., okay po siyan. Okay po yan. Dahil lang yan naiintindihan ng ibang tao. Avoid slang, jargon, buzzwords, and elitist language. Avoid the passive voice. Mas okay sa to itong active voice and active verbs. Ano po yung passive and active? Yung we are the doer of the action. So, for example, sasabihin tang halimbawa, Mr. Basal visited the president instead of the president was visited by Mr. Basal. Mas okay itong inot na sentence ko. That is the active voice. Use full forms. So for example, you will say, I will visit you in your office. You don't say, you are going to be visited by me. Ay, garo nagparalawig na lugod. Okay? Use full forms, brief. Give short but clear explanations, instructions, reasons. Kasi again, there are persons na mas gusto itong halawigon ang mga instructions. Be specific, state the facts, be pleasant. Again, for business letters, it's very important that you give the facts, okay? So if you have two, then you make a research. Be pleasant, positive, lively, and encouraging. Or just state matter of factly. Kung ano lang gusto mong sabihin, yun lang po ito isasabihin ka kasi business letter siya. Other than that, we make it in another medium or in another media forms. Okay? Points to remember, plan your letter before you start writing to make sure it says everything you want to say and says it in a logical sequence. Layout presentation of your letter is important as they give the reader the first impression and the firm's efficiency. So yung yung planning actually is, pwede mo na itong gibuon sa first draft. Makunang mag-plan ka, pero you make a first draft and then you write another, and if you think na okay, then you write another one. That way, you make your letter more presentable. Ano sabi nga yan? Yung layout, yung presentation, saka yung, okay, alawin ko kasi sinabi ko, then I have to revise. Okay, so maybe pwede kang magka-first, second draft, or third. Okay, pag medyo okay ka na, first draft, pwede na. Ask yourself if the letter represents your organization in a correct way. Accuracy is important. Again, facts. Figures. Kung may mga figures kitang itatao, instead na 10, naging 100 na. So we have to really check. Pay special attention to titles, names, and addresses, prices, and specifications, enclosures. Again, ang titles, importante, names, addresses, kasi igo talagang mga tao na very conscious, meticulous on this. Gusto nila tama. Ano? Gusto nila tama. And it also says something about us. When we are doing it the right way, ibig sabihin, you are also meticulous, you are into details, mga bako kitang pabaya. Ano? Bako kitang pabaya sa mga bagay na ini. Meaning, bako din kitang pabaya sa ibang bagay. For example, if you are an applicant in an organization, nag-a-apply ka, ako, as an employer, for example, mas gusto ko itong mga applicants na who are also meticulous, who are also into details. Because when you hire them, mahihiling mo na daiman din sila pabaya. They are also meticulous, they are also into details, and you can trust them with details, and they can give you good work or good performance. Ask yourself if the recipient will understand your letter quickly. So again, empathy, pwede tang ilag si empathy dyan. We put ourselves in the shoes of the reader of the letter or of the recipient. Madali ko ba inig maiintindihan if I will be the one to read my letter? Include just the right amount of information in your letter. Okay? But it's better to include too much than too little. Kaysa kulang, after reading, may mga questions pa sinda in mind. It might be better na tawanan mo sinda ng more information. Okay? Sige po. Next, sir. Use a simple but polite style of language. Beware of idioms. I know that we know our idioms, mga idiomatic expressions, itong mga beating around the bush, mga araw kayan, barking at the wrong tree. Daita po yan ginagamit sa business letters. Mga kicking the bucket. Daita po yan gagamiton. Kasi ang mga idioms, ibang, it's a very unique meaning, not very, very far from the actual composition of the words in the idiom, in the idiomatic expression. Okay? With a very few exceptions, business correspondence being word processed in most places in business. Your letter should be clear. Take care with abbreviations and figures. Abbreviations and figures should also be looked into. Kasi baka sa laang abbreviation na ginagamit na iba sa what we have in mind or what we really like to let our recipient know. Okay? The elements of a letter should be neither too widespread nor too dense. Your letter is brief. Use larger fonts. It should look better. The format should convey information clearly and logically, reflecting your organization style. So again, simple, clean, yun po ang importante sa letter ta. Simple and not use jargons. So we say what we like to say. And again, also, easy on the eyes. Ito pong medyo magaan lang basahon, bako itong alawigo ng mga letters. Okay? Dahil kita matakot na, ano nga yung alikuton man ining letter ko? Daradagdagan ko pa daw nga ininyo. No, okay lang po yan. For as long as nasabit na si gusto tang sabihin.
Okay po, Ma'am Bing.
Yes? I'm sorry.
We're done, Ma'am, with the business letter, Ma'am. Sorry.
Yes po. We can now entertain the questions of the two persons, the participants who are raising their hands. Sir Louis,
Yes, ma'am.
are we going to entertain the questions of the participants who are raising their hands earlier?
We can continue, ma'am, with the next part, ma'am, before we have the question, ma'am.
Sige. The next is on writing reports?
Minutes, ma'am.
Writing minutes, sige po. Taking minutes. Okay. So, minutes are the official record of an organization. It's crucial that they are accurate since they are the legal record of the proceedings and actions of the organization. Many things, especially sa mga decision makings at kung ano-ano pa, sometimes rely on minutes of the meetings. Kasi importante na ang mga ibang mga bagay-baga have to be done in a formal way, especially in a meeting na may quorum. Kaya yan, importante po ang minutes ng sa room meeting. And we have to do it accurately. Okay? Sige po, next, how to write effective meeting minutes. Why meeting minutes are important? Okay? Because again, as I have said, because in a meeting, decisions are made. Okay? Motions are made and there are casting of votes. Okay? Also, ang minutes nakaka-determine din ng mga next steps. Identification of tracking of action items can be done through a minutes of the meeting. When a meeting's outcomes impact other collaborative activities or projects within the organization, it's important to to have a very, very good minutes of the meeting. Minutes can serve to notify or remind individuals of tasks assigned to them and or timelines. Kaya pag nag-a-assign po baga kita ng mga committees, dapat siya on sa minutes. Dapat ginigibo sa sarong meeting. Kapag na-assign kita, maski habo-habo ta, pag yaon sa minutes kang meeting, na kita nakakahabo. Napig-urulayan na ngaya, pig-agrihan. Okay. There are essentially 5 steps involved with minutes. First, pre-planning, record taking during the meeting, minutes writing or transcribing, then after the meeting, distributing or sharing of meeting minutes, and filing or storage of the minutes for future reference. Okay. Inutunta po ang pre-planning. Okay. So how do you plan for a meeting? First, of course, you have to make an agenda or to list down the items in the agenda. Okay. It should be well thought out. Pinag-isipan kung ano si mga agenda. Considering the time allotment for the meeting, importanteng may agenda kitang tultul, ano? Depending on the meeting structure and the tools you use, the minutes taker could work with the chair to create a document format that works as an agenda and minutes outline. Okay? Then, so this is an agenda checklist. Okay? So, kaipuanta po pala ilaag ang. Ini ang mga items na dapat igwa kita before the start of the meeting, of course. The name of the meeting, meaning isa ang mga involved din dyan. Ano? For example, meeting for non-teaching personnel. Okay. Date and time, exact location of the meeting, list of expected attendees, expected meeting duration, for 1 hour, 2 hours, whole day, whatever. Objectives of the meeting, then agenda item to approve the minutes of the previous meeting. Okay, approval of the minutes of the previous meeting, dinabasa si dating minutes tapos sa aprobaran. Ibig sabihin kung tama itong na-take na minutes kang minutes taker. Then an agenda item to handle matters arising from the previous meeting's minutes. Okay, baka igwa dumanda o baka igwa pang additional na dai na i-include o baka may na-remember sa mga members katong group in the meeting. An agenda item at the end to handle others business. Okay? Or another business. Any other business. Okay? Each item agenda should be numbered. Each item should have a time allotted to it. Sana, igwa kita kayan. Kaya lang, minsan, ita din nagigibo na igwa pang mga time allotment for each item in the agenda. Then, where you have a speaker, their name should be next to the agenda item. So, they know that they are running that item of the agenda. For example, kung igwa kang resource person, invited resource person for this agenda, o halimbawa nga niya, ako as faculty union treasurer, nakalaag ang ang pangalan ko kapag financial report care of. Okay. Then an agenda should be circulated in advance, ideally the day before. As chair, you should bring enough printed copies of the agenda to the meeting. Okay? Ginigibo tayan if there are meetings in the auditorium baga, we are distributed or we are given copies of the meeting or of the agenda. Then the whole agenda should be simple and clear for all participants to understand without extensive prior knowledge. Again, simple and clear. So going back to this, ang gabos pong anything involved in business, letter writing, even these minutes, gabos lang po mga simple and clear. Then, record taking, what should be included? So this is during the meeting. Okay? Before you start taking notes, it's important to understand the type of information that you need to record at the meeting. Okay? Baka igwa ka mong certain format na kaipuhan mong i-follow. But generally, again, these are the details that you need to include. Date, time, and place of the meeting, name of the presiding officer and secretary. So ilalaag mo dyan, presiding officer, then secretary. Names of the meeting participants and those unable to attend na expected sanang ma-attend but they are absent. So sasabihin mo in attendance, then absent. Acceptance or corrections, amendments to previous meeting minutes. Again, igwabagang part na a-approvean mo na si dating minutes. Okay? Then, the writing process, once the meeting is over, it's time to pull together your notes and write the minutes. Ang apunta po kani is pag-transcribe. Write the minutes as soon after the meeting as possible while everything is fresh in your mind para da ipakita na lilingaw, kung ano si mga, what actually transpired. Review your outline and if necessary, add additional notes or clarify points raised. Di igwa ka ng sinurura. Tapos mahiling mo, igwa pala na ako dito, pero may na-miss out ako. I missed something. So, pwede ka pang makapag-verify, for example, sa presiding officer, sir, ano nga nito si sinabi ni something. Check to ensure all decisions, actions, and motions are clearly noted. Check for sufficient detail. Okay? So you include a short statement of each action taken by the board and a brief explanation of the rationale for the decision. When there is extensive deliberation before passing a motion, summarize the major arguments. Edit ka for brevity or the conciseness or shortness of the minutes of what you had written and clarity. Okay? So, haralikot lang po. If possible, we summarize, but we have to see to it na i-include si mga important points. Baka man nagsusummarize kita pero leave out na si mga important points. Okay? Anyway, we will have decisions made about each agenda item. For example, ini po ang mga pwedeng mangyari sa meeting. Igwang mga actions taken or agreed to be taken. So ilalaag mo siya na anong ginibo or the group agreed to do so and so. Other remarks could be the next steps to be taken. Sometimes there will be division of the house or division of the house, may mga voting na mangyayari. So you have to write details regarding who made motions, who seconded and approved or by a show of hands or viva voce. So, pwede ka pong ilalaag ta po yan kung igwang mga araw kayo na nangyari. Okay, motions taken or rejected, items to be held over or lang muna, to be decided ngayon next meeting, new business and next meeting date and time. Ilalaag man yan. Usually, although may mga meetings na i-include ang mga setting of the next meeting. Okay? Be objective, right? In the same tense throughout. Okay? Ano po ang, yan? Usually, kung magamit ka, usually ang ginagamit mo kayan, present tense or present tense. Then avoid using people's names except for motions or seconds. Or sometimes, we also use past tense. This is a business document not about to send what. Okay? Avoid using people's names except for motions or seconds. Although, pwedeng ako kaninyo, guilty. Usually, when I'm taking minutes, filming kaibahan ang pangalan ng mga tao. So, for example, Mr. Rasal suggested that garo kaya mas clear na nakalag ang mga pangalan kang tao so that it's easy to remember kung pag binasa mo siya, garo very vivid sa memory kang nagbabasa. Okay. By the way, in the tense, more on past tense po pala, more on past tense. I remember how I do it. Avoid inflammatory or personal observations. The fewer adjectives or adverbs you use, the better. Okay? Daig po kita nagsasabi na garo may mga personal evaluations na kita or like for example, so and so engage in a heated argument about kung araw yan, garo negative naman ang dating kayan. So if you need to refer to other documents, attach them in an appendix or indicate where they may be found. Don't rewrite their intent or try to summarize them. As is lang po. We leave them as is. ang mga documents na yan. We don't interpret. What not to include? Again, so the opinion or interpretation of the secretary. So sabi ta, na ito sinasabing heated debate. Baka ba man itong heated para sa indas? Hiling mo man lang to heated debate. Baka it's not actually an argument or it's not actually a debate. Nag-express lang sinda talaga kang sa indang namamatian or kang mga judgments ninda. Or valuable comment. Baka daiman to araw kayan ka valuable. Oh, anyway, minutes are a record of what was done at the meeting, not what was said at the meetings. Okay? Yung mga actions, kay puwanta po yan. Okay? So, suggested, pointed out, yung mga ganon. Motions that were withdrawn are also not to be included because they are actually withdrawn. Okay? Name of seconder is unnecessary. Pero, usually po nilalaan pa talaga yan para mahihiling nilang somebody seconded the motion that was presented. Actually, earlier, sinabi po yan naman na ang mga seconders actually are placed. Next. Okay. So, sa last part, actually is the distributing or sharing of meeting minutes. Inigibuta din yan minsan after the meeting or sometimes before the next meeting would again start. Okay. Sabi digdi, be sure that the chair has reviewed and either revised and or approved the minutes for circulation. Kasi baka sala ang pagka-take note mo or pagka-take down mo, then the chairperson or the presiding officer, usually the head of the organization, will know na kung ano ang nag-transpire talaga. Keep a record. You don't need to note every word, just keep a record as follows. Names of everyone who was there, and apologies from those who weren't, yung mga absentees, key decisions made, actions agreed, and next steps. Okay? So filing storage of meeting minutes, if you are doing the minutes, sa trabaho mo is to keep a file. Okay? Sige po, Sir Louie. Usually, sabi digdi. Please go back to this. Kita baga kaya in this time, gawa na kitang mga cloud. O yan, pwede tang ma-store dyan or Google Docs or SkyDrive para da po mas maback up pa ang mga files. Before, mga hard copies lang. Ngayon yan, igwa na kitang ways, more effective ways to store our documents. Sige? Already? Okay, so we have the standard meeting minute template. Ini po, hilingon ta na lang Sir Louis C. Graphics. Okay. This is a template that we can use, a format, name of organization, purpose of meeting, date, time, then the chairperson or the presiding officer, sa mga topics, then discussions, the actions that were taken or that were done, and the person responsible. Pwede po ining araw kaning format. Another is, the next slide, pwede man pong araw kani. Ano? So, I hope you are taking note of this. Pwede man picturean siguro. You have the title, the facilitator, na actually. Then the date, the note taker, location, timekeeper, then who called the meeting for, then the attendees, type of meeting, and then the topic, the time allotment, the discussions done, the presenter, as you can see there, conclusions, action items, or yes, action items, person responsible kung kaipuan pa ning deadline. Actually, hindi po mahiling nindo. You can do this, I don't know what software. Nakalaag ba yan? Word meeting minutes template software. Yun. So, software siya. Pwede siyang ribuhon. Especially these days, pwede tanang ribuhon yung mga minutes na sa computer. So, pwede na po yung template na. Okay na, Sir Louis, that this is the end of this. Hintayin na yan kaibanan. Then the last is the report writing. I'm doing it fast kasi kung po tinaulang sa ko ni Sir Louis is 8:30 to 10. Although I earlier expressed to him na ining mga topics na inidait siya na kayang madala sa 1.5 hours lang. In fact, pwede siyang sa 1 day or 2 days, especially si letter writing, itong mga format, kaya lang talagang kulang man ang time. So anyway, I'm doing it na lang fast. Okay, so we have the report writing. Sige po, next. Any report is any informational work made with an intention to relay information, of course. Reports are often conveyed in writing, speech, television, or film, pero this time we are going to talk about report writing, the written report. It is an administrative necessity. Importante ini sa workplaces sa sarong organization. Okay. Report is always written in a sequential manner. Okay. And or occurrence. Pero igwa man mga reports na not done in a sequential manner, like descriptive only, mga monitoring report, mga, for example, I remember yung kang nasulo si mga status report are not actually done in sequential manner. Sige po, next, Sir Louis. Next. So we have formal and informal types. Okay. The informal reports are actually done to inform, analyze, and recommend. So yung mga informal reports are our memoranda or memorandum, letter, or a very short international document like a financial report, monthly activities report, research and development report. So sabi ko nga, kung igwa lang kitang enough time, these are reports that you should also know, kaya lang makikitangga yung time. So ang report na sinasabi ko lang yun is like a narrative report. This report differs from the formal report in length and formality. So ini mga informal reports are actually short ones. It is written according to organization style and rules. Okay, sige po, next. Okay, so these are your informal reports. Pwedeng progress report, ano na ngayang nangyayari sa research nindo. Sales activity report, gano da imanagayo kita kanina, applicable to our organization. Personal evaluation report, this is applicable. I remember, I know the president asked for this. Katong nagde-decide siya kung isay ang mga tatawanan ng permanent items. Then financial report, feasibility report, literature review sa mga researches, credit report. Next po. Okay, so we have the formal report. The formal report is the collection and interpretation of data or any information. It's complex and used at an official level. Okay, next po. So under this, malaog ang actually yung narrative report. Recommendation reports, informational reports, these are the ones applicable to us. Sige Sir Louie, next na lang po. Next po. Sige, okay na yan. Next na din lang. Okay. The plan for preparing a formal report, again, kung sa minute taking igwang plan, igwaman hindi sa making of a report. First is you have to identify your readers, determine your purpose, why are you writing that report, formulate specific questions, conduct research to answer the questions kung kaipuhan lang. Daiman kaipuhan gabus na reports na gigibuhon mo, especially kung simple ones, you have to conduct research. But if you need to do so, then you have to do so. Kaipuhan pong gibuhon nindo talaga. Bako lang siguro very formal type of research, pero kaipuhan man kamong maghapot-tapot kung ano ang mga dapat ilaag sa indong report. For example, if you are the head, then you ask from your subordinates, o anong iraralaag ta hindi, o pigahagadan kita ng monitoring, o what do you think we need to implement? Okay, draw valid conclusions, decide on recommendations. If you are asked to do so, to make recommendations, then you write the report. Okay, so ini po ang importante sa to, yung narrative reports usually. When we go on seminars, may mga travels kita, pagbalik ta, hinahagadan kita ng narrative report. From our offices, hinahagadan kita ng narrative report. Okay? It's an information written, so this is most widely used. Information written in a logical manner or sequence. All the case studies of formal narration are written in this format. Okay. Sequential manner of description. Pwede man kayang description lang or sequential in times of time element consideration. In terms of time element consideration, I should say. Specialized reports sa mga pulis ini, sa mga kapulisan. Okay, sige po. Accident report. Sa mga, pwede man, ang accident report, pwede tatok balikan sa tuyang mga security personnel. The report defines complete description of the accident, describes the location and the loss occurred or incurred. It's important for documentation and required to start any investigation. Non-chronological report, as I have said, the imo ipa-follow, ang i-consider na time element, but only a general classification or the description of the things that you need to put as a subject of your report. The format, although there is no set format, there are general sections that should be included. Unlike essays, reports are written in sections with headings and subheadings, which are usually numbered. Okay, there are numerous formats possible for a report, depending on the context of the topic. Next po. So these are the components. The title page. It should include the title, your name, and the name of the author, tutor, or the person to whom it's being submitted, the date of submission, your course or department, and the language of the organization should also be printed. So, my title page, may title kung ano ang report mo, acknowledgements, okay? Si mga dapat mong ilag dyan, who helped you in the compilation of your report and other related work. If you have to include, or if you have anyone to acknowledge, humayo man po, dahil mong kaipuhan ng acknowledgements. Pero ang title page is a must. Contents page, a clear, well-formatted list of all the sections and subsections of the report. Page numbers should be marked correctly. So, depende sa report na ginigibo mo, pwede siyang may mga subsections and should be marked properly. For example, number 1, names of. Yan. Number 2, accomplishments. Okay, yan. Araw baga kayang ginigibo ta ang mga reports ta. Then abstract, if there is a need for the abstract. Pero kung daiman kaipuhan, ang abstract daiman po yan gayong pagpaparahagan. So, depende sa report ta. An abstract is needed kapag ang main report ta is very, very lengthy. Kaipuhan ng abstract para maaraman kang reader kung tungkol sa ano itong report mo. Introduction, of course, the first page of the report needs an introduction. You will have to explain here the problem and show the reader why the report is being made. Just like in the business letter, ano's intention kang report. Then you do it in the introduction. Okay, the main section of the report is called the body. There needs to be several sections with subtitles. Iyan po kung halawikon ang report mo. So, depending upon the need for your report. Here, pagpapahiling itong review of related literature sa sarong research study ini. Then, of course, you have the conclusion. So, basically, ang report pwede lang mag-consist ng 3 or 4 or basic parts. Title, may title ka, may introduction ka, may body, may conclusion. Then if you have to have references, then you do so. Kung igwa kang tigamit ng mga sources. Okay? The conclusion should draw out the implications on your findings with deductions based on the facts. For a research work, pwede yan. If you have undertaken a research work, pwede ini. Pero kung daiden, baka gusto mo maghibuling recommendations dyan sa report mo, ano, pwede mong ilaag po sa part ng conclusion na ini. Okay? Or, what are the actions that you are expecting? That's why you are submitting this report. Okay? Pwede man po yan din sa conclusion. Next. Next, please. Okay. What is the relevance of report writing? A report acts as an effective means of communication within the organization. Importante man po ang mga reports. Document ini na importante sa strong organization. It provides feedback to employees. Kaya nga, minsan, maski mayo na kita sa sarong organization, pwede nindang mabalikan kung ano si mga nangyari through our reports, through compiled reports. It is prepared for the information and guidance of others connected with the matter or problem, para may document na pagbabasihan ang any action that is to be taken inside an organization, especially kang sa tuyang mga heads. Kasi without proper documentation, mayong backup sa mga ginigibo kang mga heads ta, mga decision. Ta kaipontang araw kani because it is stated or stipulated in this report. We have found out through this report na araw palan kani ang mga nangyayari. That's why there must be a change, a step that we need to take para ma-curtail ngaya ang mga nangyayaring mga rimala, so halimbawa, or mga problema sa mga estudyante ta. Next, please, Sir Louis. Okay, report facilitates decision-making and planning. This is what I was trying to tell you about earlier. In Canada, our heads of offices, when they try to make decisions and when they try to make plans for our university, kaipuhan nindang hilingon ang satuyang mga documents. Sige po. Report discloses unknown information. Yun na yun, parehas din lang. Sabi dito, they provide information which may not be known previously or which may not be known to all. But when we look into documents, nagkakaigwang document na nagsasabing, this is what we need. This is what we need to do. For example, I remember I read about an article. Anyway, it's a document about the English proficiency level of the students. That was written by Sir Castro Verde before. So without that document, sabi duman sa article, nagbababa na ang level kang proficiency kang mga estudyante sa English, especially in terms of speaking. That was written before. So without that document, ako as English teacher would not know na ini pala na observe niya kadto, that we as English teachers should do something about that. So, importante po ang mga document, even if it's past documents. Okay? Sige lang, Sir Louis. Next, please. Sabi dyan, pabalikan ta lang itong last slide. Last line actually would say, report provide a feedback to employees and are useful for their self-improvement. So, gusto ko na lang doonan ininyo na siguro ang mga documents na kaputangon yan, I hope that we will be able to really use this. Halimbawa, kita baga, in the university, we are undertaking this online learning. Then we are asking our students and our employees to answer surveys. So, igwa kita mga documents, for example. Sana ining mga documents na ini would really help us to improve ourselves. Kung ano man ang sitwasyon na we are in right now, we will use these documents really as basis for whatever actions we have to take in the future. Kasi maski kita may mga documents, if you don't really make them serve the purpose, di mayo man, ining mga documents really would say about the situation that our students are experiencing. Sa mga offices tabaga, igwa kitang mga customer survey form. Yan, these are really documents na magsasabing, kita pala, we are not really delivering our services very well. So we have to do something about this. But again, I would like to underscore self-improvement. On this note, gusto ko lang sabihin na I hope in my little way, sana nakatabang man po with a very, very limited time given to me by Sir Louis, sana nakatabang man ako in my little way for self-improvement on your part. Thank you very much, everyone, and good morning. Sir Louis.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Bing. And now we will entertain questions from our participants.
Yes.
Ma'am, question from Dr. Joanne. Meron po bang format or template sa atin for different kind of report? I guess po in our university.
Yeah, I would answer that in my personal point of view, Ma'am Joanne. Kasi ang alam ko, meron tayong mga sinusunod based on yung mga ISO requirements natin, di ba? Right now, meron na po tayo. Although I am not very much aware really ng mga templates na to, but I believe meron po tayo based on the ISO requirements. I don't know, Sir Louis, if you would like to add to that.
Okay, ma'am, thank you so much. Ma'am, another question po. How we can achieve effective communication in this time of pandemic in which we observe physical distancing, we wear masks, and sometimes we wear face shields? Thank you.
Yeah, yes, actually ako din po in dilemma dyan. I don't think we can really effect a type of communication na very effective. In fact, with our masks, our shields, minsan daita na nabibisto ang mga taong nakakasabat ta. So, the face itself, itong mga expressions kang face ta, importante po siya sa communication. Kaya lang, we have to live with what we have in this time of pandemic. Kaya, for now, mayo kitang gayong magiginibo kasi this is the situation we are in. Ininamo na kita. Later, perhaps we can go back to the usual, the normal na hopefully we can go back to that. Pero anyway, ang ano na lang po siguro, ang pinakasimbag ko na lang dyan is we have to make the most kung ano ang with what situation we are in right now. Kasi talagang daita, we cannot do away with face mask, with face shields, ngunyan, ini ang sitwasyon ta. Or else, if you don't wear them, mahahawa kita eventually, daiman lugod. Pero, yun na lang po siguro, mayo akong masisimbag na most effective way kasi iyo talaga ang pinaka-effective, most primitive at the most effective is face-to-face communication. But with the wearing of face mask, daita talaga yan ma-achieve. Kaya lang, sabi ko nga, we have to make the most of it na lang. Yun po.
Okay po, thank you so much, Ma'am Bing. I guess that's all for our open forum. So Ma'am Bing, once again, thank you so much for giving us tips on how we can achieve or how we can have effective communication even in this time of pandemic in oral or in writing. And also this in terms of telephone calls, business letters, and writing reports. Ma'am Bing, thank you so much pa.
Yes, thank you so much again. With the limited time, I hope I was able to share to you a little of what I know in my field. Thank you very much again and good morning, everyone.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much po. God bless. So at this point, we will have a short break before we continue with our second topic this morning. So we'll have a 5-minute break. Thank you so much. Okay, good morning, everyone. So, there has been a change in our schedule for today's training. So, we will have an early break and we will resume at exactly 1 p.m. And then we'll have the topics, the continuation of the discussion on cervix excellence. So, again, we will have an early break and then we will resume at exactly 1 p.m. for the continuation on the topics on service excellence. Thank you so much. Good morning and happy lunchtime. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So I believe everyone had their lunch and ready for this afternoon session, and we had a longer break, so I will not keep you waiting. So to continue this afternoon session, we'll have the continuation of the topic on excellent service. And to introduce to you our speaker, so our speaker is a faculty of the College of Development Education, and she will discuss to us excellent service enhancing performance. So now let's welcome Dr. Melinda P. Pan. Good afternoon, Ma'am Mel.
Hello.
Hi, ma'am.
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon po. Ma'am, shall I share the screen or you will share the screen po?
So I'll try to share it from my laptop.
Okay po, ma'am.
Okay. Luigi, you disabled my screen sharing.
It's enabled already, ma'am.
I enable na, so I will try again. Okay. Is my slide can be seen already?
Not yet po, ma'am.
Not yet. How about this? Is it
Already
okay
po, ma'am. We
now?
can see your screen po.
Not yet.
We can see it po, ma'am.
Already?
Yes po, ma'am.
Okay. So anytime?
Yes, ma'am. You can start with the topic po.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So I would like to thank the HRD office headed by Sir Luigi Rizal for inviting me to be here and talk on excellent service and enhancing performance. So later I will also talk on understanding record at work. My two topics are quite heavy, and I hope you are still with me, awake and happy, even in the sleepy hour of the afternoon. So for those who do not know me yet, fully, my name is on the screen. So I've been with CBSUA for 24 years already, and it's my first government employment and definitely will be the last. So that's how loyal I am. So I have my PhD in behavioral management and currently doing research on service quality assessment. I am one of the university ISO internal quality auditors, and I became the university ISO coordinator for 5 years from 2014 to 2019. So the objectives of my topic would be to understand excellent service, know the importance of excellent service, identify different roles in delivering excellent service, and evaluate one's service performance. So I will go through with this service excellence outline of my talk. Later, I'll be sharing to you the excellent service, its internal and external perspective, the service excellence framework, the pillars of service excellence, the service excellence climate, importance of excellent service, excellent communication, and tips for service excellence. So to start, most people will agree that there are different levels of services. It might be poor. Some services are just acceptable. Then other services are, well, it's normal. But other services can be good. Wow, but there are services which is very good. And other services may be great, but there is an excellent service. And this is the one we are trying to achieve. As you can see in my MOG, there is an extra icon, which is the star smiling, and the smiley face has heart. Because when you say excellent service, it is when experiences of services surpassed the expectation and when customers feel that they have received that little unexpected extra in the shape of an extra effort. So this little unexpected extra can come in different shapes and form, such as just a simple smile, or it can be a positive remark. Let's say, good job. How are you? Are you fine? Well done. Then it can be a random acts of kindness, a tap on the shoulder, or maybe just a simple hug from a friend or from a head of office or from a subordinate. Then an additional effort by a service professional going the extra mile. Extra mile meaning it might not already be about the job. It might be a struggle, no, in his or her personal life. But again, there is a service professional going an extra mile to listen to one's experiences. So excellent service is when a customer perception minus a customer expectation. So in some popular books, there is an attempt to create rules describing ways and prescribe a magical formula when it comes to delivering service. The trouble is that they all focus on how it is delivered, meaning the internal processes, or on the service itself. But that misses the point of service excellence and service in general. So perception of service quality as viewed in the context of service quality refers to the experience or the overall feeling about the superiority or maybe inferiority of the services they received from the service provider. Meaning it is just simple the actual experiences of a customer to the services rendered. While customer expectation, as viewed in the context of service quality, are the desires or the wants of the customers or the expectation that a customer will feel after a service provider offered the services. There is related literature that says, no, Aldo Lime in 2017 stated that quality of service is linked with the perception and expectation of the customer. So the service quality perceived by the customer is the result of comparing the expectations regarding the services provided to the clients and their perception regarding the activities of the service provider. So what is then the importance of service excellence? Customer service is where your brand comes to life. It is your front line teams and their interaction with customers that make the biggest impression. So it is important to remember how big a role of customer service plays in defining that impression to generate extraordinary customer satisfaction. So it can generate extraordinary customer satisfaction. Then if the customer had generated, no, that extraordinary satisfaction, it will lead to an increase of customer loyalty. Then once a customer is loyal, it will then speak about the excellent service experienced, and therefore it can generate positive word of mouth. It can be said to a friend, to a coworker, to another company of the excellent service that had been experienced by the customer. Then once there is this positive vibe in the workplace, there will also be a happy work environment. And when there is a happy environment, there will be a high employees' performance. So when employees are happy, they will work very hard Then eventually this will gear towards realization of the organizational goals. So in delivering excellent service, there are things to look into. First, in the internal perspective and its external perspective. So in external perspective, as you can see in the image, along external perspective, excellent service quality is an element that is being required to achieve customers' delight. And this customer's delight will lead to a customer's loyalty. On the other hand, in the internal perspective, excellent work quality and service climate are components to encourage employees' engagement. When employees are profoundly engaged, it will lead to employees' loyalty. These two perspectives are all gearing up towards the achievement of an excellent service of the organization. And once the organization achieves these excellent services, all the other results will be achieved. So in the previous slide, I mentioned service climate. So I would like to discuss it in further because this is a bit new. So great service climate is a key to excellent service quality. The concept of service climate plays an important role in understanding how to deliver excellent services. It captures what employees experience in terms of organizational practices regarding service delivery. It also influences employee motivation regarding service behavior. So if employees experience excellent service quality on the inside, they are more likely to be motivated to deliver excellent quality on the outside of the organization. Thus, a strong service climate leads to excellent service. So in order to create a great service climate and deliver excellent service quality, the three components are: first, service strategy; second, service performance; and three, the customer result. So when you say service strategy, the service provider can decide the service parameters and design the internal service platform. So the stronger each of these elements are, the better and more vigorous the service strategy will be. So in this time of pandemic, service strategies are changing. So it's rapidly changing. So from face-to-face interaction to virtual interaction. So for the past months, almost all organizations are shifting into electronic mode of delivering services. So example, a restaurant are into online transactions and food are being delivered in our doorsteps. Schools are into online enrollment and currently into online learning to abide the mandate of the government of no to face-to-face modality. Meetings are done virtually and webinars are the trend, such as what we are doing today. But this service strategy changing should not at least forget that there should always be that service quality being provided even on virtual mode. So I would like to give commendation to HRD, particularly the head of it, Sir Luigi, because from the very beginning of our webinar, when we started to talk about virtual uh, activities of the university, I have seen the evolution, I have seen the improvement until today. So from your instructions, it had evolved very well, and I would like to congratulate you for that. So this changing service strategies could constantly be communicated by the managers to the customers and employees to ensure smooth implementation of the service strategy. So that's why we are having smooth webinars for the past months, because this had been communicated well, not to the recipient of the services. Next would be the service performance. Research highlights that training, empowerment, and rewards are the three most significant factors which determines the level of performance and in turn lead to delivery of service strategy and excellent service quality. So let us first try to go to training. So training of service employees has long been identified as the most important factor behind higher service quality. So for years, studies have proved that there is a strong correlation between the number of employee training hours and the degree of service quality being rendered. So to make it a success, the employer should focus on more than the basic services specific competencies. The main emphasis should refer or rather be on training of service management and other soft skills such as social skills, attitude, and language abilities. The thing that we are doing today, we are very happy to give our services for our non-teaching personnel for you to be trained on these particular aspects. For the past days, more on technology from Sir Cedric. This morning from Dr. Haber. So she tried to train each and every one of us for different communication skills, both in speaking and in writing. So this will enhance the overall capabilities of service employees and improve the overall performance of the service system. So next is empowerment. So empowerment means providing employees with enough autonomy to allow them to handle unforeseen situations and challenges and let them be more self-sufficient in their work. So when you say empowerment, there are five dimensions. So meaning the extent to which the employees experiences a task as personally meaningful. Once an employee works not with that personal touch, so it has a meaning to that particular employee. Then competence, so the extent to which the individual feels confident about their ability to perform tasks. If an employee has this minimum competence, then training will just be given. It will lead to a competence that will geared towards achievement of one's work. Then self-determination. This is the degree of influence that individual has over how to perform the job. Yes, a personnel or an employee might have the competence but has no self-determination, doesn't want to work on that particular area. So there should be a degree of influence so that the individual has over how to perform the job. And lastly, the strategic autonomy. That is the degree of influence an individual has on the content of the job. So when you are empowered, so you have this autonomy because you know what you are doing. So the degree of influence of an individual has a direct uh, connection to the work environment. So empowerment motivates employees to work more. So I'll go back to this slide for the last one. So reward, customers results. Sorry, I have here the last one, rewards. So rewards, service employees should be properly rewarded for their work. The term reward should in this context be understood as a broad term referring to more than just monetary reward. Contrary to common perceptions, monetary rewards plays a much smaller role in aligning performance with the service organization's value and goals compared to non-monetary rewards. So for both types of goals, it is of high importance that the goals are realistic and achievable and that the employee has been involved in the goal setting processes. So the intangible nature of service means that performance can be difficult to measure. Therefore, employees must be trusted to monitor their own performance. So performance appraisal should include input from employees as well as the customers, and the appraisal results must be used in determining training needs. So what had been the HRDs doing for the past years in identifying the training needs of employees are now being utilized so that these training schedules are approved by the top management, of course. Then the last one is the customer results. So as detailed above, service quality, which is centered on the perception and experiences of the customers, hence measuring and tracking customer results are ways to provide feedback to the service delivery chain and to increase the value of each customer relationship. Feedback is very important because the organization will learn from the feedback of the customer. To make this successful, it is of high importance that the service provider and the customer organization are aligned on one purpose, objective, and goal of the service exchange. If, for example, a CBSUA is an organization aspires to become the Agricultural Research University of Global Standards, the organization needs to ask, how can our university design a value proposition and our service delivery system to fulfill this vision? So if a customer would like the full benefit of an external service management provider, it is important to insist that the service provider both supports and understands the delivery of services being given by the company. For this to happen, the relationship must move from being input or task-oriented to being collaborative. So developing excellent communication with customers. This morning, Dr. Haber have discussed communication skills, both oral and written. So I will be just talking on the developing excellent communication with customer via excellent verbal communication skill, excellent nonverbal communication skills, and excellent listening skills. All these three will lead to productive relationship with customer. When you say excellent verbal communication skills, there are words and phrases that build relationships. So communicating positively, what can be the positive communication words? Just a simple word of saying please, thank you, I can or I will, how may I help you? I understand how you feel. Oh, you're right. May I? Or would you mind? Or apologize for. So these are some example of excellent verbal communication words or communicating positively. So there are also excellent non-verbal communication skills. So under nonverbal communication skills, it can be body language, the volume of the voice or the cues of the voice. If we are on face-to-face, the appearance and the grooming. So that is a nonverbal. For body language, it can be an eye contact. Are you looking on one's eye if one is talking with you? Then the posture. Are your postures showing that you're interested to what your coworker or your boss is talking to you? Then the facial expression. Are your faces gearing towards interest in listening to what your friend or your boss or your coworker is talking about? So these are body languages. Then for the volume cues or the voices, so the pitch of the voice, the volume, the rate of speech, the voice quality, even the articulation, even pauses, or even silence, because silence means a lot. So that is a non-verbal communication. While for excellent listening skills, there are strategies to improve listening skills. Number one, very important, stop talking, of course. Excellent listening skills is when you try to stop talking and listen. Then you have to prepare yourself for what you are listening about. Listen actively. Show willingness to listen. Not that you as if you are listening but you are doing something else. Then you show empathy. This is one of the dimension for service quality assessment, which I will be talking about later. And this was also mentioned by Dr. Haber this morning. Then you can even send positive non-verbal cues. Again, don't argue. And of course, you can ask question subtly, or should I say, ask question with love, not ask question as if you are trying to provoke one's person. So these are all leading towards a productive relationship with customers. So why I am talking about this relationship with customers? Because we have to look into the customer's satisfaction. Now, service quality is one of the most important competitive factors in today's business landscapes, which leads to service excellence. To talk about excellent service is not a one-way street. It depends on how the customer experiences the service. If the service quality is not sufficiently high, the service provider is likely to disappoint its customers regardless of their expectation. So there are 5 dimensions of service quality, the so-called ServQual model. So the service quality and customer satisfaction can be evaluated along this 5 dimension of service quality. This is propounded by Parasuraman et al. In 1988, and this had been cited by Aldo Laime in his researches in 2017. So these are reliability, assurance, tangibility, empathy, and responsiveness. So ServQual is an acronym for service quality. So this is a multi-dimensional research instrument designed to capture consumer expectation and perception of a service along these 5 dimensions that are believed to represent service quality. So let us take one by one. This is actually these are the dimensions present in the customer satisfaction survey form that the university is implementing currently. So the first 2 questions there would be for tangibility, and there are 2 questions for every dimensions. So the first one is reliability. This is the ability to provide what was promised, dependably and accurately. So what would be the action strategy of the frontliner or the service provider? So you should make sure that you correctly identify customer needs. If somebody is requesting a specific document, you have to ensure that you got it correctly, that you identify the document being requested. Then you should promise only what you can deliver. When you say you will deliver or that particular document is available on this particular day, you should obey or you should do what you have promised. Then follow through to ensure that the product or service was received as promised. Once the customer looked for the requested document, you have to ensure that it is received as it is promised. Hindi yung ipapabigay ko na lang doon sa isa kong ka-office mate, kunin na lang sa table. So, iba yung nakuha, yung customer, hindi tiningnan din. So, iba yung nakuhang document. So, it happens. Then, there will be complaint. Then, assurance. That is the knowledge and courtesy of employees and their ability to convey trust and confidence. So what would be the action strategy, or what is your role as a service provider? Take time to serve customer one at a time. So if you have a student customer, you should finish first the student customer. Not if a teacher or a faculty member or a coworker try to ask for something else, then you are going to divert your attention to the other person, leaving behind now the student. Anyway, estudyante ka lang. So let us please remove that in our minds, because our ultimate client in our university as an organization are our students. They are our priorities. So provide service assertively by using positive communication techniques and describing products and services accurately. So you have to ensure that the product delivered or the document delivered or the services you provided are accurate, so that there will be no repetition of transaction. So that is on assurance. Next is on tangibility. This is the physical facilities and equipment and the appearance of personnel. So what would be the action strategy or the role of the frontliners or the service provider? You have to maintain workspaces in a neat, orderly manner, dress professionally, and maintain excellent grooming and hygiene standards. Then what about in this time of pandemic, while we are doing our virtual transactions? We can still do it. Tangibility is not an option, even in virtual modality. So you can maintain your workspace in a neat possible way so that you can access easily the document needed by a supervisor. So you have to have an orderly manner of your documents in place so that if there is a request, you can deliver it easily. You have to dress professionally, even in virtual, more so with face-to-face. When you say dress professionally, it is not actually dressing trendy, but appropriately. Then, even in virtual, like what we did, the speakers today, even we're at home, we are a bit prepared, no? Hindi masyadong prepare, but we prepare. We dress appropriately. Then maintain excellent grooming and hygiene standards, particularly in face-to-face, no? You have to have your different kinds of hygiene. Oral hygiene, for example, is very important in face-to-face. In virtual, not much on the oral hygiene. Hindi nyo naman na aamoy yung kausap nyo. But you should still practice hygiene standard, particularly in your face, no? At least your hair is properly groomed. So even your dress. So that is tangibility. It can still be seen by our customers. Then empathy. This is the degree of caring and individual attention provided to customers. What will be your role? You have to listen for emotions in your customers' messages. Put yourself in their places or put yourself in their shoes and respond compassionately by offering service to address their needs and concerns. When a student comes to your window to request for a particular document, you have to treat them as if they are our most valuable client because actually they are. You have to give yourself, no, place at least give a place in your heart to show compassion by offering services to address their needs and concern. A simple smile can already show empathy to our customer. By not shouting to them, by not being sarcastic to them, by not extremely getting angry to them, is showing empathy. And these are being looked into by the customers. And by the time they are going to evaluate the service provided by this office, then the customer can now rate the area on empathy. Then responsiveness. This is the willingness to help customers and provide prompt services. Prompt. So what would be the role of the frontliners or the service providers? You have to project a positive can-do attitude, not the projection of a negative I cannot do attitude, as if, ano? Ano yung request mo? Di kong yan aram. Hali daw dyan. At siya na daw. So, but with a project, a positive can-do attitude, is you're listening to the request of your customer saying, okay, I think I can do it. Oh, sige, sige, I'll try to do it. Okay, so this is the one that you are requesting. So you are being responsive just by being projecting a positive outlook. Then take immediate steps to help customers and satisfy their needs. Dr. Haber mentioned this morning about this area that in a phone call, that the ringing of a phone call, at least minimum of 3. Minimum of 3. More than that, you are no longer responsive, no, to the needs of the customer. Okay. Even though the customers are aligned in a particular office, so you have to respond immediately so that there will be no, what's this? Hindi sila magkakagulo sa window mo because you are responding quickly to one's requests, and that will satisfy their needs. So this screen, I would like to share with you the result of my research on the service quality, particularly the case of CBSUA in 2019. So this is the summary of the extent of service quality among respondents. I have students, faculty, non-teaching staff, alumni of the 4 campuses. And I measure the extent of service quality along these 5 parameters on tangibility, assurance, reliability, responsiveness, and empathy. And on the overall rating in the rank, it shows that number 1 is assurance, meaning that the university, that the organization is delivering the services with quality on assurance aspect. Then, but unfortunately, the last one or the least is tangibility. So we have to work to improve our rating on tangibility. Okay. So when you say this rating is the highest is 4, excellently provided, while the least one is poorly provided. But at least even though tangibility is rank 5, 3.2 is moderately provided. So we are moderately providing the tangibles in our offices. So this is just a table, a graph of the summary of the extent of service quality provided in CBSUA. Then this is the service excellence framework, which I developed after the whole research that I made. So to measure service quality for the provision, the expected services should along the tangibility, responsiveness, reliability, empathy, and assurance. So these 5 dimensions are all gearing towards service quality performance, together with other services self-evaluation that we are subjected into, such as ISO certification, then the accreditation both for program and institutional. And eventually, we can measure stakeholders' satisfaction on the service quality. So what will be the evidences? We have our ISO certification, so we are ISO certified. Then we have a high performing staff. Congratulations to everyone. Then we have accredited programs, lots of accredited programs we have. And of course, our institutional accreditation, we are SUP level 4. Okay, so this is true to all campuses. All this will be gearing towards stakeholders' satisfaction. So that is for the service excellence framework I developed after my research. So these are the 5 pillars of service excellence. So how are these pillars of good service can take your customer's experience from good to great? First is convenience. Providing convenience starts with taking steps towards understanding customer preferences. For instance, what time do they prefer to speak to executives? Or what type of communication channel they prefer to use? You should ensure that you are present on all modes of communication, including in the chat room, in a call, via phone, via social media. Also make use of customer support, a model that maximizes the availability of your agents. So no matter what the customer contacts you, there is an agent available to attend to them. So that's why there should be at least one person or one personnel specifically assigned to answer phone calls. So even though she or he has other jobs, but at least one should have a phone on his or her table ready to answer a call. Second, speed. Don't keep your customers waiting. So customers appreciate the quickness of response, since patience is not really a virtue in the customer's service industry. We have to accept it. Even though we said that patience is a virtue, but for customer service industry, it is not. Once you respond to a customer's query, the speed of resolution matters. While some problems are harder to solve, the faster you can fix them, the better. So a lack of required personnel to manage the volume of calls, too many manual tasks that slow your agents down are possible bottlenecks you should eliminate to achieve the desired speed of service. Next is doing right. Do whatever it takes to make it right. To truly reach a standard of service excellence, you have to give your customer service team the freedom to do whatever it takes for final resolution, whether that's making compromise or spending a little extra. One such example of this approach to customer service was demonstrated, no? in a reading I had. that a customer mistakenly left his charger at their hotel while rushing to the airport. So he planned to call them once he stepped into the office after landing. But when he got there, he found the package with not only his charger, but an extra charger just in case. So that's how committed they were to ensure that the customer had a great experience, even if it meant going out of their way to do so. That is an extra mile. That is excellent service. Then be proactive. It is not enough to just react to problems anymore. If you want to be a cut above the rest, take initiative. And contacting a customer when a problem arises before they have a chance to reach out to you shows that you are prioritizing the issue at hand and you are acting with urgency and understanding. So this type of vigilance is what separates a great service organization from the rest. So if you realize that there is an error in the document you provided, you should immediately address it. Do not wait for the customers to come back and then complain. And that's the only time you're going to address it. The last one is analyze and improve. Use data to back up the performance of your customer service team. It's also the best available way to understand customer sentiment and whether or not your efforts are paying dividends. With so many reporting and analytic tools of your disposal, you can paint a clear picture of what's working and what's not. So this way you can plug the gaps in your support and keep improving your customer experiences. These 5 pillars of service excellence is actually embracing all that I have discussed on the 5 dimension of serve-to-all model. So these are tips for delivering customer service excellence, just an extra one. Actually, this may not be part of my talk anymore, but I would like to have at least an extra one. So one is think ahead. Okay, you have to think ahead. Don't wait for others to tell you things. Then the customer is almost always right. You have to accept that. Do not argue with the customer. Okay? Try to be polite to the customer. Even the customer is, for you know, is wrong. But try to talk with that person in a way that he or she will realize that she or he is wrong. Okay? But do not argue. Do not shout. Keep on communicating. So communication is very essential. Then listen and take action. You have to listen. Stop talking. Okay? Then once you listen, you understand, then you can take action. Number 5 is focus on the customer. Specifically, the customer that is in front of you, not the customer on your side or on your back, but the customer in front of you. You have to focus. Then always under promise and over deliver. Do not promise so much, but just deliver. Deliver more. Then last one is we have to learn from our competitors. So we as an educational institution, we are having competitors, no? As an educational institution, we have to learn from them also. So good practices that they are implementing can be of use to us. So these are 7 steps for delivering customer service excellence as my extra tips for the rest of you. So to conclude, may I say, so the path to service excellence might seem a little difficult at first, but by taking small steps, you can make significant progress. It requires patience and persistence, but most importantly, a strong decision-making ability. Once you commit to service excellence, you have to make sure you see it through. Building a reputation takes time, and results will be gradual, but it's definitely worth the effort. So, as the quote of Pat Riley says, excellence is the gradual result of always striving to do better. And Aristotle once said, we are what we repeatedly do. Excellence, therefore, is not an act, but a habit. So, with that, I would like to say thank you for listening. Sir Luigi?
Thank you so much, Ma'am Mel, for a comprehensive discussion of what is excellent service and how we can enhance our performance in this time of pandemic. So with that, we can still say that even in times of pandemic, we can deliver and we can enhance the quality service of CBSUA is offering and continue to offer to its clients. And with that, ma'am, there's a question, ma'am,
Okay.
from Dr. Joanne
Okay.
regarding clients' perception and expectation.
Mm-hmm.
So, according to Joanne, expectation and perception of client is different from the needed management. They need which often leads to the satisfaction of the client. How should we handle this?
Okay. So, in handling a customer perception and the customer satisfaction, when you say kasi perception, it is the actual experience of the customer. Then their expectation, yung customer may expectation siya. Example, Dr. Joanne is a dentist. So the customer will go there. His or her expectation is Doc Joanne is a dentist will give a dental services. Okay? So that dental services that is being expected by a customer will be given by Dr. Joanne. Then, after the delivery of service, for example, oral prophylaxis and etc., so that is the experience of the customer. So the customer will now say that I am satisfied of the experience or the quality of services rendered to me by the dental services. So expectation is on the side of the customer, then perception or the actual experience is still on the side of the customer. So that is why the expectation or perception minus expectation, pag mataas yun, that means satisfaction. Okay? When an expectation is surpassed through the perception or experience of the customer, then there is satisfaction. Sir Luigi?
Okay, Ma'am Mel, thank you so much for that. So, as of now, Ma'am, can we have a short break before we
Okay.
continue with the next part?
Okay, thank you, Luigi. Maybe I can also have my water break.
Okay, Ma'am, yeah. Thank you so much po. So we'll have a 5-minute break before we continue with the next topic to be given to us again by Ma'am Mel. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, that's for the short break. And now we can continue with our next topic under service excellence, which is understanding record at work. Mamel, you now share your screen po.
Hello, Luigi.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay na?
Yes po, we can hear you and we can see your screen po.
Okay. So good afternoon once again. So this will be my last topic. So understanding record at work. So let us now go straight to my objectives. So let us define record management, discuss how to establish the file record system, then what to do with the data and information. So what is record management? So these resources says that record management is the system used to control an organization's records from the creation of the record until the record is archived or destroyed. Or it is the supervision and administration of digital or paper records regardless of format. Then the other definition is it is the systematic and administrative control of records throughout their life cycle to ensure efficiency and economy in their creation, use, handling, control, maintenance, and disposition. So how to establish a file record system? So record management process starts with identifying the records. So what are the records to be used? What are the records to be filed? What are the records to be archived? So you have to identify all these records. Then classifying records, storing records. So how are you going to store the records and where and how? Then you have to coordinate. So coordination with other offices, with other co-workers in a particular office. Then they may also incorporate policies and practices on how to create and approve records. Enforcement of those policies and practices is also essential in the record management process. So an organizational record is any document that contains information about transaction, about an activity or event related to the organization. Then record can now be stored on paper or via electronically. So it can be via email, a digital file, database, or spreadsheets. Currently, we are having this Google Drive, the cloud, but there should also be a safety net in this particular record keeping digitally or electronically. So we have to ensure a safety net on this, particularly on the one that had mentioned by the speaker, Sir Cedric, on sharing. So the organization should ensure a safety net on the sharing of the electronically stored documents. Then records can be in a form of photographs, it can be an audio files or videos. So what is a record? Record information in any format that allows an office to conduct business. So in a particular office, for example, in the registrar's office, you have lots of record formats in there. Then it is the sum of the past achievements or action of a person or organization, a person or thing's previous conduct or performance that becomes a record. Your accomplishment reports, narrative reports, it can be pictures for documentation. Then in ISO 9001 standard, it helps to establish evidence of conformance quality management system requirement. So this is the thing that we are really doing in the university. So our record should conform to the requirement of the ISO 9001 standard. Then the record provides objective evidence of data, activities, and result of performance. So you cannot say you have that if you do not have a specific record, because once we all say that what is not written do not exist. So record is very important. You cannot just say, I have that. No, I kept that particular document, but if you cannot show it, no, you cannot say that you have that record. So record versus non-record. So example of records are those filled up forms, such as purchase request, on the order of payment, purchase order, itinerary of travel, travel order, so etc. Marami pa yan. Non-record, example of non-records are drafts of informal notes, drafts and informal notes. So just making sample a draft of a letter, that is not a record. May mga notes ka lang to your office mate, can you please get this like this? It's not a record. Routing slips, okay, it's not a record. Draft of reports, personal correspondence, it's not a record in the office. Just keep it into your personal file at home, not in the office. So there are values of a record. So first, it has an administrative value. Help employees perform office operations, knowledge management, and decision support. So this record is very important, no? Because administration will look into this particular record for employees' performance and operations, and that will lead into a reward, or maybe it can lead into a promotion. So that is for administrative value. Fiscal value, it keeps transaction, funds, and other financial processes, business intelligence analysis, and decision support. So we have many records or documents being submitted to other government institutions. So it kept our transaction and our financial processes smoothly. Legal value, evidence of business transaction, law compliance. So are we complying what the law says? We have to have a record on this particular transactions. Then historical value, that is to achieve records of an organization that will lead into an intellectual property sort of. So if you have done something, you have to have it a record so that you can go back to it. Then that can be an evidence that is yours. So this is the record life cycle. So from creation, use, maintain, dispose, and archive. So isa-isahin natin. So in the life cycle, the creation and use. So creation, the record is created. Then the record is organized into a record series, group of similar records related by creator or function. Then the use and distribution, record is distributed throughout the office or use as appropriate. So for creation, at the beginning of any record management process, creation of the record has ways. Sending or receiving an email. Particularly nowadays, we just keep on receiving an email, sending an email. We have to organize also our digital platform on this, because that is a record. That's why we have our own institutional emails. Our offices has its institutional emails, so that all official emails should be there. There should not be personal emails that will be sent to an institutional or office email. So creating a spreadsheet, database, or document, or receiving a document from outside the organization, these all create records. Ensure that record has all useful metadata attached, included. So the subject, recipient, author, date, title. So determine if record is a long term or a short term and create accordingly. Then file format, the storage, delivery, and the medium on how to deliver. So other distribution, the record distribution. For internal manner of distribution, is it by email, or it will be printed and will physically be distributed? So the trend today is more on email because printed and physical distribution might have a little challenge because of this pandemic. Then for external, if it will be emailed or delivered, is it via mail or via a delivery service? So we're going to send the email to other offices, to other institutions, to other government GOCC for that matter. So the record usage and maintenance. Record management process can assist in determining how the record should be used. So will the record be used to make a decision? Is the record is used to determine a direction or in some other ways? So we have to determine appropriate record series for files. We have to classify and store records according to an organized filing system. Create an inventory of records. Usually we use folder level, no? And that's good enough. Folder, then we have our filer boxes. Then be prepared to retrieve records for various purposes. It can be for administrative need, for public records, for requests, for internal quality audit, for external quality audit. It must be retrievable. Okay. Disposition. So when records have reached the end of their useful life for a particular office, typically one of the three options can be done. It can be destructed, but there are documents that has or needs a confidential destruction. Then there are records that is for permanent archival retention. All these things are in a particular Republic Act, the NAP. Our document controller knows about this well. Okay. So be aware of disposition periods of various record series. Make arrangements for confidential destruction as needed. Then prepare records with long-term value for archival transfer. Then record should also has this retention period. We also call this record schedule. So record retention, meaning there is a prescribed length of time to keep records in an office. Okay, offices have been requested to give a retention period for a specific document of that certain office. Then our quality management system manual, QMS manual, no? There is an attachment of this retention period before. So we can give, no? This is being revised once in a while. So if there is a need to revise the retention period for a certain document, so the office will be the one to identify it. Then it will be given to the quality assurance office. Then provides instruction for disposition. Then the destruction of records. So it has been noted that between 95 to 98% of all records should eventually be destroyed. Because if not, magiging na tayong basurahan, tambakan ng mga kapapapilan sa ating mga opisina. So we do not want that to happen. We have no place to sit anymore. We have no place to put our at least plants to give oxygen in the office because everything are all papers. So disposition step for records with no enduring value. There is confidential destruction is necessary when records contain sensitive information, but there should be a process on this. A specific policy of the university should be in place in this particular aspect in the destruction of records. Now, I will be talking a bit on ISO 9001:2015 documented information because organization must retain records which are legible, readily identifiable, and retrievable. I will be talking as an ISO internal quality auditor for this matter because we all know that internal quality audit is again fast approaching. External audit might happen this year. We do not know yet what will be the specific schedule. Then what will be the mode of the internal and external audit? We still waiting for that. But then again, we must be prepared. So for file record system, record series is a group of similar records that are arranged according to a filing system and that are related as the result of being created, received, or used in the same activity or function. Copies of same record may belong to different series, then determine which is original. Because sometimes you can no longer identify which is the original. So everything is mixed up in your filing cabinet. So this is just a brief note on filing. So be consistent. You have to file similar records in similar ways. Do not keep on changing. Because if you keep on changing, you might also mix up it in your mind. Halo-halo na siya. You have to establish a system early. There is no such thing as a specific standard on how you are going to file. It is you, the process owner. It is you, government employee, or it is you, the service provider, who knows what is the best system of filing that you can apply in your specific area of work. Are you going to file your documents alphabetically? Pwede yon. Are you going to do it numerically? Or maybe it's nice to have it color coded, but you have to have a legend on this. What is the color red? What is the documents in yellow, in orange, and etc. Then it may be chronological, sunod-sunod. So all transactions from January are intact, February, March, April, or any other ways of chronological arrangement. It may be number, then subject by subject. So are this all for requests? Then these particular documents are for external documents and so on. Then second, you have to keep track of disposition. You have to mark the files always by date and type. What type of document, what date it is. So you have to keep record series separate. And always implement 5S in your workplace. What is 5S? Mrs. Pan keeps on talking about 5S even before. This is the principle of 5S originated from a Japanese words seire, seiton, seiso, seiketsu, and shitsuke. The English equivalent words for this, for seire is sort, seiton is straighten or set, seiso shine or sweep, seiketsu standardize, and shitsuke sustain. So these are the steps of a workplace organization process. Okay, when you say seire or sort, you have to remove items that are no longer needed. As an internal quality auditor, when I had an audit, I asked for a certain document, and the document that was given to me dated 1998. It is no longer applicable. It must be removed in the office. So therefore, it becomes a finding. to a particular office. Satan, straighten, organize the items to optimize efficiency and flow. Even you will have an easy job if you have an organized items in your office. You will have an efficiency of work. You have a smooth flow of work if you have an organized files of your records. If you are looking for a certain item and you know exactly where it is because it is organized, you can locate it in 2 to 5 seconds. But if there is no organization, the efficiency will be low because you are going to still look for that document and it took you already 5 to 10 minutes just looking for one document. Next is say so or shine. Clean the area in order to have a more easily identifiable problem. So when you clean the area, then you can identify now what is the problem in my cabinet. Oh, there are still documents here, way back kopong-kopong, way back 1990s. It is no longer usable. It is not already of use. So why keep it? You as the service provider should know whether this particular records or documents has to go or not to go and properly archived. Number 4, seketsu or standardize. You have to implement color coding, the one I mentioned, either by color coding, always label to stay consistent with other areas. Okay? So that just at hand or even your filing, what's this, the filer boxes, it is really a must for you to have labels so that you can have an easy access to a particular file. But ensure that whatever is in the label is really the things inside the filer box. Because it also happened during internal quality audit that I see this particular filer box with this particular labels and I ask for that particular file, but that particular file is not in the filer box. That is a finding. That is a call for a non-conformity. Then shitsuke or sustain. You have to develop behavior that keep the workplace organized over a long term. Okay? So once you develop this behavior, it becomes a habit. Eventually, it will become a way of life. Okay? That's why this is our tagline before. We should have or we should make ISO our way of life. So just to have um, a recap on the 5S, when you sort, meaning when in doubt, move it out. You have to put red tag technique. When in doubt, move it out. Set in order, a place for everything and everything in its place. Then shine, clean and inspect, or inspect through cleaning. Because when you clean, you can now inspect what are the things that are unnecessary in your files. Then standardize, make up the rules, follow, and enforce them. You will be the one. There is no standard. Hindi yung magsasabing, ano yung gusto kang ISO? What is the gusto ng ISO? Anong gusto ng accreditation? No? You will be the one to make rules in filing, not just for filing. No? How you're going to make your workplace organized. It is you who will be the one to identify it. Then you have to sustain part of daily work and it becomes a habit. When a document comes in and you know that it's an incoming document, immediately put it in an incoming file, incoming folder. Not put that in the table, leave it there, forget it, and then eventually that document will no longer be available, or probably it is lost, then somebody will ask for it, then you cannot find it. So make it a habit. So in ISO 9001 2015 documented information, documented information defined as a meaningful data that is required to be controlled and maintained by the organization and the medium on which it is contained. It is the standard uses documented information that refer both the terms document and records. So there is a documentation hierarchy for this. So the highest one would be the policy. So that's why we have our quality management system and we have our university quality policy that is answering why. Why are we doing this? Then we have our quality management system manual. We have 3 procedure manuals. So the manual for internal quality audit, the manual for documented information, then the manual for nonconformity action report. It talks about the who, the when, and the where. While we have our work instructions, we have different guidelines and SOPs. This will answer the how. How are we going to do it? So the work instructions that are in place now, still bound again for improvement because there is a changing landscape of everything. This is workable. This can be revised. That's why we have our revisions number. It's no problem with that as long as how are you going to do it nakalagay doon. Then here comes the bottom but the biggest one, the records and the form. These are evidences. So everything that had transpired in the work instructions, how you do it, how you come up with all these outputs, you have to have a record because again, what is not written do not exist. So just a profound discussion on the hierarchy. So this is a regulation documents. The first 3 colors, the first 3 top area of the pyramid, the QMS manual, the procedure, which give you the processes, responsibilities, the interfaces. And then the work instruction, these are the detailed instruction, the process tools, the checklists, ano dyan yung mga who, kung sino ang gagawa niyan, paano gagawin, anong mga strategies na dapat gawin, together of course with our quality objectives. Then the last part would be the records. So the forms, reports, filled up forms, so link to work and instruction. So record versus document. Records are documented information that is retained and are outcomes or result of processes. This is in the language of ISO. Okay. Form is a place to record data and considered as document, meaning when the form is filled out, it becomes a record. But a blank form that is being submitted as a template becomes a document. That is a blank form. But it is a document, meaning you have this particular kind of form in your office that is being utilized for the different transactions you have in your particular office. Then documents are documented information that is maintained and basis for any process. Anything that we are doing in our organization has a basis. It can be the quality manual, university code, the policy manual, procedure manual, work instruction, regulatory document, statutory document, legal document, institutional documents, particularly the policies being implemented. So these are some sample of records and documents. If there is a little change of this, it's okay. The document would be the university code, and etc. Go through na lang with that. Quality manual, operation manual, and mention ko na. Your operations manual in the office, you have to look into it. It must be already established. No? Then the site development plan for the PPD, program of work and financial plan, maintenance plan, all these things are documented because these are all basis for a particular work. For example, program of work of a certain construction, that is a document. That will be the basis. If there is a change, there should be a change notice of that document because iba yung ginagawa ng worker kaysa doon sa plano. Na napalitan na pala yung plano pero hindi pa nakarating doon sa nag-execute. So ang nangyari, iba yung itsura ng project. So it happens. Then you have your MOA, your MOU, the land title, Republic Acts, executive orders. These are all bases, no, of our transaction or of our work. Then records are this thing, our logbook, monitoring report, inspection report, semestral report, grade sheets, release and receipt communication, proceedings of minutes, narrative, report, and other filled up forms are records. Let me go through with a procedure manual control of documented information. I know for a fact that each office is this. I think the QA had distributed this manual already, but for the benefit of those who are new in the university or haven't seen this one, at least I will give a little sharing on this. So there is an objective for this particular manual that all documented information are properly identified, maintained, retained, and disposed accordingly per defined methodology. Then this procedure defines the action and responsibilities of CBSUA personnel in controlling documented information. So from identification of all documented information to updating, no, of quality record matrix. Then, so these are the definition. So the document control custodian, this refers to the person responsible to control all the documents and data relating to the requirement of ISO 9001:2015, both electronic and hard copy. So it is in the Office of the Quality Assurance. Then all this procedure, the DCN, I hope you are already aware with the DCN, document change notice. This is a form used to create or change a document. That is very important during the tracing in the internal quality audit. Master list is also part of this. Then quality records, the document containing record information, regardless of the medium or characteristic that demonstrate effectiveness of the QMS and provide evidence. It's always about evidence that products meet regulatory requirement and comply with specific product requirement. So this is the new reference document number. This is the one that I am talking about, the RA 9470, the National Archive of the Philippines, circular number 1, dated January 2029. So ito po yung sinusunod ng Philippines for archiving of the records. So that is a document. I will go to sorry. So that is the reference document. Then each documented information shall have a document identification and revision number. So you have here the company name, quality management system manual. So ganyan po ang pagpapangalan, even in the forms. Okay, in the logbook. So nakalagay po yan sa manual. Sinusunod po natin yan. And this is now the recommended template. So the Arial 12 shall be the official font used for the body text of the internal documents, the language, either English or Filipino. So for the logo of the organization, so 1 inch by 1 inch, ISO standard certificate number, it's already the number. Then these are the items for the recommended template. Okay, so the header is only present on the first page of a document. Succeeding pages will only have the title of the document as a header. So that is the change Before wala po yan. So ito po yung bago. It's for improvement. That is actually the essence of QMS, for continual improvement. Then for footer, this is now the way to do it. Document control number, Arial 11, bold, revision number, etc. So this is also being looked into by an internal quality auditors. So I make it a little blue yung sa electronic because this is the one that is more or less nowadays magiging trend, no? All electronic file copies of documented information may be retained in their original file format created with Microsoft Word or Excel or other application or software. So each original electronic file may be stored in the computer where it was created for purposes of easy access and retrieval. So the final or latest edited copy of which shall be stored in a separate network attached storage device located in the document control office. Each department, office, or unit is allocated a storage space with security access feature. So this 4.1.4 should really be looked into nowadays because all we know that our files are now being converted electronically. Okay, so these are for the review and approval and issuances of a certain document. So meron na kayong copy. I'm not going through with that. Then the document controller is the one responsible for implementing all these things, the documented information. Then I will proceed now to even the filing, availability, retrieval, and storage. We are following this. So every department is responsible in filing and properly storing their documents and records. So there is no such thing as standard or ISO template for filing or ISO standard for storing the documents. You will be the one to identify it according to your preference, as long as you have a proper filing of all your documents. So all documents and records shall be available at any time at point of use and shall be filed accordingly in binders, in folders, with proper labels for easy retrieval and to prevent damage, deterioration, and loss. So we have to take good care of our documents, our file documents and records. So that's why if there is a typhoon, we have to address immediately, no, for prevention of the damage. We try to cover that with plastic and etc. Also, we have to check on our fire extinguishers. That's why it is also one aspect that we looked into, because that is for prevention of the damage of particular document. Then the department should take whatever step necessary to prevent the document record from unauthorized access and or use. So this is very important. So because sometimes a document is being used pasa-pasa, so we have to identify what are the records which should not be accessed by anyone. Only an authorized person can access the document. Still, that office, middle managers, top management is responsible for identifying these particular documents not to be used by unauthorized persons. So in case of loss of document, an NCAR will be issued for a corrective action. So there is an NCAR or the non-conformance corrective action report that will be given to you. So an action has to be taken, then another set of control documents will be issued. So the process owners, particularly the head of offices, try not really to have NCAR because no, it's another job, another task to do, to answer, to solve the particular NCAR. So any office staff wanting to have a controlled, uncontrolled copy of documents shall ask permission from the process owner or for the ISO chairman or co-chair for approval. So document controller should randomly check documents every 6 months to ensure its availability at point of use. Then these results of checking shall be registered in a logbook. So this can also be looked into by an internal quality auditor if there is already a logbook where there is registrations of the random checking of documents. So all documents and records shall be ensured of its eligibility. Control documents and records of any form should not use thermal or fax paper if it is a hard copy because eventually nawawala yung ink niyan. So there will be no assurance that the particular things there can still be seen in the future. So still we are implementing the no use of correction fluid or tape or pencil of a certain document. So there is a procedure if you want to correct it. So that is in this 4.5.4. So external documents are documents coming from external source such as the international standard. It may be statutory, regulatory, or a specification, drawings, equipment, manual, and etc., or even books. So there is a process on how to handle external document in receiving. So ito po, 4.6.2, if you receive a soft copy, no, the office should review. Kung sino po yung nag-receive, siya po ang magre-review ng soft copy of the document. You have to use the review and approval form prior to the submission to the control to the documents control center. So of course, except for statutory and regulatory requirements, since these are already reviewed by governing agencies prior to implementation. So external document received will be stop controlled, then received on each page, issued first page, then nakalagay po yan sa master list. Then here, 4.6.6 soft copy documents will not be stamp controlled, of course, kasi nga soft copy, but it should be registered in the document master list. So we will now be receiving many soft copies, external documents, soft copies. So you should submit it to the document master list. Then, so this is now the obsoleting. All obsolete document must be retrieved or recalled by the document controller upon issuance of the newly revised or updated documents and will be stamped obsolete. So if we have revised a certain form, all blank forms which is obsolete must not be present in the office. It should be retrieved. Then the current form is the one that must be present in a certain office. Dapat hindi po sila mag-mix. Kasi pwede po magkataon na yung sa inyong internal quality auditor or external quality auditor napaka meticuloso. So kung kailan yun ang tinatago mo, yun pa naman ang nakita. So just be sure. So do the 5S. Okay. So the retention. So we're following National Archive of the Philippines. So this area, very well versed nito ang ating record officer. Then disposition, likewise, following a NAP form, RA 9470. Then this is the records filed maintained as per 4.5 to 4.8. Ito na po yung document control custodian forms. So ito po yung mga sinasabi ko kanina. Sa QA po meron nito. You can ask, I don't know if they're providing a soft copy for a blank form, for a document change notice, revision record, and etc. So lahat po yan may number. Then you have records are filed and maintained also for custodian forms. So these are the number and the title for the different forms. And then this is also the accomplished document change notice. Ang may hawak niyanan po yung document controller. So dapat meron po nito. Ito po yung titingnan ng internal quality auditor sa documented information procedure. Then responsibility. So it is the responsibility of document controller that the above procedure is properly implemented. So this is the memorandum that I have asked from the QA office to provide me to before I speak to you, so that I have this document also that will tell me that there is already a memo in the compliance to ISO certification. We are hereby required to adopt the following of your respective office documents, effective issuance of this memorandum. So this the new template for header and footer, new number codes, new office code. This is date March 6, 2020, meaning to say all documents after March 6 or at least few days after March 6 will now have this new template of header and footer. So this is the new format template, format template. Excuse me. This is now the new header and the footer. So you have the logo, the number of the ISO and the certification number. Then you have our name of our university. Then for the footer, so you're just going to change the form code. Okay. So dapat wala nang ibang itsura ng mga header na makikita sa office nyo na dated after March 6. Because lahat pong document and records na nasa office nyo, particularly you are the frontliners listening to me, so you have to look into this, no? That all your documents after that memorandum of the president contain now this kind of header and this kind of footer. Yung mga luma po, wag nyo nang palitan. Tapos na po yun. You don't have to change all those header and footer that had been filed before March 6 because it's just okay. Dito po tayo magbabase sa date of the issuance of the memorandum. So this is the code for ISO documents. So may memo naman kayo nito, just look into it. There's the legend. Then this is the code for offices. You have this new code for offices. And okay, let's go through with the challenges of the record management system. So yes, we accept that sometimes we lack understanding of record management. So we have to align it with our core business, meaning the core business of your specific office. Then sometimes we have a poor overall plan for managing records. So no classification and retention plan. There is a poor layout, out of order in the filing, even in the arrangement of the records. New records are buried in old records. That's why nung may hiningi akong records, ang nabigay sa akin 1998, hindi yung 2019, but rather itong 1998 because na-buried ang new record ng old records. And then there is a duplication and inconsistencies. Then there is an poor implementation approaches, a lack of stands, guideline, tools, equipment. So may poor labeling, may mga misfiling. Okay? Limited space. Ay, mayroon kaya kaming space, ma'am, or can we put all these things? So that's challenges here. So sometimes there is also lack of coordination between departments or between offices. So there is an unorganized distribution in different locations, for information sharing and consistency. So sometimes records are being deleted by mistake. Records are out of date. So it can have a lack of process-based control. Sometimes there is an inefficient attention to legal and ethical issues. So intellectual freedom, equitable access to information, intellectual property, copyright, protection, information, hidden privacy, Data Privacy Act that we are implementing nowadays, the data protection security. Okay. Then, so these are some of the suggested strategies that we can adopt. First, we have to convince top management, no, that we have to have an awareness of business operation environment, particularly relating to application of record management to our core business. Then set a comprehensive scope and responsibilities. Then coordinate relevant stakeholders, the process workflow analysis, value-added services for customer, decision support of internal departments, then the implementation methods. So we have to refer to guidelines, to standards, to legislations. Then we have to embrace technology nowadays, particularly in this time of pandemic, no? Then the cost analysis and performance evaluation will be also of help to be able to come up with a feedback on how we can improve our record management system. So these are the trend now, electronic or the digital records via cloud, Google Drive, and etc. So integrating record management with business transaction, more concern on active records or associated workflow or business process. So the content record management are information integration platform, decision support, knowledge management. So yun ang mga trend nowadays. So record management is knowing what you have, where you have it, and how long you have to keep it. So that's all. Thank you very much. And for any question, I am ready to at least give you a sharing. Thank you. Hello, Luigi.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much, Ma'am Mel, again, for discussing to us what are the different aspects of how we can understand well the record at work, specifically how we can differentiate records versus non-records, records and documents, and also for emphasizing the importance of records on our organization, especially that we submit it, and we will submit for ISO audit. And with that, ma'am, there's a question from
Okay.
again from Ma'am Joanne, from Dr. Joanne. We had distributed and filled na forms with old header and footer. I-change pa po ba yun?
Okay. We have to just look into the date, the records or the particular date is March 6 po yung memo. So meaning to say, the new transactions that you are making after March 6, yun po yung may bago ng header. Kasi very clear yung memo ni President, di ba? That after the receipt of this memorandum, you have to follow this new header and footer. So kung meron po kayo ng mga documents ninyo before March 6, I think hindi na siya dapat palitan. Kasi po, yung papalitan nyo lang, yung ngayon ng after March 6 na ginagawa nyong daily transaction. But if you're talking on a document that had been passed already containing the old header and the old footer, document na po yun, naka-record na yon, hindi na pa yun papalitan. If you're going to change it, yung content niya, you're going to change the content, then the date now would be after March 6. So therefore, you have to follow the new header. Did I answer your question right, Doc Joanne? Yes, Sir Luigi?
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much po. I guess it your answer was a good one to answer the query of Doc Joanne. And now, ma'am, thank you so much again for sharing to us your expertise in terms of how we can deliver excellent service and how we can maintain a proper record in our organization. Ma'am Mel, thank you so much for your time and effort po.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Dan. Thank you, Luigi, for inviting me. And good afternoon, everyone. I hope I have shared something for you this afternoon, and I hope it will be of use in our work in CBSUA. Keep safe, everyone, and God
Yes, ma'am.
bless.
Thank you so much po. We will employ the 5S methodology in our work. Thank you so much, Ma'am Mel.
Okay, bye.
Bye, ma'am. Thank you po. So at this point, before we continue with our last topic for this 3-day training webinar, we'll have first a 15-minute break, and then we'll have the topic on how we can address challenges at work. Thank you so much. Okay, good afternoon. So welcome back. So we'll now have the last topic for our training webinar, specifically under service excellence. So our resource person is from CBSUA Pasajo campus. So he's currently the guidance counselor in the faculty of the College of Education. And now let's welcome Dr. Immaculate Falabi to discuss to us how we can deal with challenges at work. Ma'am, good afternoon. Ma'am Colette, good afternoon po. Ma'am, I guess po, naka-mute po yung microphone.
Hello.
Okay, ma'am. We can hear you po.
Okay. Good afternoon. Hindi ko makuha kung paano to.
Wait, ma'am. Ma'am, naka-open na po ba yung PowerPoint presentation niyo?
Yes.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, kindly click po the share screen on the Zoom webinar window. Sa baba po, ma'am. Yung color green button po.
Sandali lang po, sir. Actually, hindi ko nakukuha kung nasaan yung Zoom.
Okay, wait lang, ma'am. Can you see, ma'am, the window of the Zoom webinar?
Okay, nakuha ko na. Tapos, what's next?
Click mo po, ma'am.
Mag-share screen na ba ako?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, please po.
Sorry?
Yes, ma'am. Yes po.
Mag-share screen na ako, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, please po.
Sandali lang, sir. Share. Okay na ba, sir? Nakikita ba?
Yes, ma'am, we can see it po.
Okay. Okay na po ba?
Yes, ma'am.
Will I start na?
Yes, please, ma'am.
Okay. Hi, good afternoon. Lahat po ba sila naka-unmute?
Yes po.
Okay. So walang possibility na marinig ko din yung responses?
They can respond, ma'am, through chat or Q&A board po.
Oh. And hindi ko makikita po yon.
You can see it po, ma'am.
Sa chat room po, yung Q&A, tama ba yan? Sorry.
Yes, ma'am. Yes po.
Okay. Good afternoon. Okay na ba ako mag-start?
Yes po, ma'am. You can now start po.
Hi to CBSUA family of Pasakaw, of Pili, Sipokot, and Calabanga. First and foremost, I would like to introduce myself. I am Miss Immaculate Falabi. I'm connected here sa Pasakaw campus. May mga kabistado din ako from the different campuses. So, hi! Shout out sa inyong lahat. Okay, I was listening with Dr. Pan kanina lang, who happened to be my good friend and my classmate back in the doctoral days. Medyo na-pressure ako kasi yung inuupuan ko maraming kalat, yung background. So, nag-worry ako doon sa 5S ni Dr. Pan. So I may be charged of not following the 5S. So I need to rearrange my venue. Okay, as you can see, I'm in the office of the academic affairs kasi dito ang maganda ang signal. Okay, I was tasked by Sir Louis. Thank you for the opportunity to share with you this talk. Actually, this is my second time as a speaker in a webinar. Previously, kapag ini-invite ako for a speaking engagement, I would automatically say, yes, of course, I would love to share. I would love to talk. Pero when Sir Louis asked me, pinag-isipan ko muna. Teka muna, webinar to. Ano bang makikita ko sa webinar? Ano bang nandun? I can't see the faces kung nakikinig ba sila. Are they frowning? Are they laughing? Are they smiling? Kasi we do as speaker, I do draw my strength and inspiration to my audience. So now na hindi ko makita kung sino yung audience, kung anong ginagawa nila, it's kind of awkward on my part. But I have to accept the challenge. That's part of dealing with challenges. This is part of the challenge in the new normal setting. And whether we like it or not, we have to start embracing this one. Pero sana wag naman tumagal. Kasi I want to still have face-to-face talk with my favorite audience. Yung mga estudyante ko, of course. Okay. Dealing with challenges. As I was listening to Dr. Pan a while ago on the ISO things, on the records, documents, feeling ko challenging yun on our part. Lalo na we are about to face again the ISO this coming September. So good luck to all of us. So it's a challenge. It's a challenge to everyone. It's a challenge to the university and it's a challenge to ourselves. But this time, allow me to focus more on the, as Sir Louis asked me, the challenges at workplace. And to specify the challenges, I will be sharing with you the one of the challenges, which is the conflict at the workplace. Yun ang binigay sa akin ni Sir Louis. And how are we going to respond and to bounce back after the challenges? So yun. Wala ba akong makikitang mag-hi muna before I start? Sorry, every time kasi I am doing this talk, I am doing talk with my audience, I always look on the kind eyes. Yun ang aking secret every time magto-talk ako. I will look for the kind eyes. Titingnan ko and I will draw strength from that. Titingnan ko siya. And then, siya yung kukunan ko ng lakas. Okay. Pero ngayon, wala akong makita. Okay. So, may message na ba? Wala pa? Unlike Dr. Pan, medyo seryoso si Dr. Pan. Ako hindi ako masyadong seryoso. Kikay na kikay ako. So, Okay lang, Sir Louis, if you can read if there are messages or just
Yes,
saying
ma'am.
hi,
There are
shout
messages, ma'am, saying
everyone.
hi.
Ay, thank you. Sana kilala ko sila. Okay. Marami ba? Nakaka-excite kung marami. Okay, let's start. Dealing with challenges. Again, by the way, my real name is Immaculate, but they call me Colette. Okay. Teacher Colette, kasi I am previously connected in a private school, teaching elementary grade. And then nag-transfer and nag-transfer and transfer. Dito na ako sa CBSUA. Okay, let's start. Conflict in a workplace. So I have started, I chose this picture to start with my talk. Because in every conflict, I hope and pray that we will end it with a reconciliation. Yun lang naman eh. Isa lang yung life. So you have to reconcile. Okay. So nakadyan. Oh, dealing with difficult situations at work, our daily working environment. So when we work with same people day in and day out, chances are we will eventually encounter a situation that can be very explosive. Of course, with a too much familiarity na everyday mo siya nakikita, everyday mo siya nakakausap, lahat ng kwento alam mo na, pasunod-sunod. And even the pattern of um, telling the story, alam mo na. So, there are really chances na you will really mafi-fed up ka din. Okay, dyan naman ang kwento niya. Ito na naman yung taong ito. But, if you embrace na ganyan talaga siya, na ganyan talaga yung personality niya, probably, every day of working with the person, it will be a peaceful working situation. Okay. So, every day, tingnan niyo nga yung mga katabi niyo, kung meron kayong katabi dyan, sa registrar's office, sa HR, saan pa ba yung mga offices. Tingnan nyo nga sa accounting, hi to our accountant. Tingnan nyo nga, sila pa ba yung mga katabi, araw-araw na nakikita nyo? Are you happy seeing them every day? Or you are happier seeing them every day? So I hope masaya na nakikita. Tingnan nyo nga sila, same face ba sila? Nagbago ba? Mag-straight ba yung buhok nila? Namula ba yung cheeks nila? Maganda na ba sila ngayon? Gumwapo ba? Sumungit ba? So, you can see every day. You can see the changes. Kaya nga minsan masasabi every day ka-work mo siya at may makikita kang classmate or a friend, uy, tumaba ka, uy, pumayat ka. Pero sa tanungin mo yung co-worker mo, ako ba'y pumayat? Ako ba'y tumaba? And they will say, hindi naman, okay lang. Kasi every day they are accustomed with your build, with your look. Pero napapansin din nila yung mga paunti-unting pagbabago sa iyo. Okay. So, I hope nung makita mo yung mga katrabaho mo dyan, saka mga katabi mo, sa Rep-Ed office, I know they are listening. Hi to my Rep-Ed family. Siguro, tinitingnan mo, sila yung lagi kong kasama. And eventually, from strangers, you became co-workers, you became friends, maging madi, padi, or even ninong, ninang. Yun ang nangyayari. That's the part of the culture in a workplace. Okay, let's move. In every workplace, in every institution, establishment, conflict really is certain. Conflict is inevitable. However, the result may be influenced by the manner in which the conflict is managed, according to Howell 2014. So, we can really avoid conflict with your coworkers, conflict with your boss, whether you like it or not. Tayong mga may boss, kahit magkakaroon conflict, hindi natin sasabihin. But then again, that's unavoidable. Pero the result of this conflict can be influenced by our manner. How we handle this conflict. Did we handle it as someone who is bossy? Or did we handle it as someone who is humble enough to accept na, okay, baka may mali naman talaga ako. Or okay, it's okay to say sorry. It's okay to say, I'll do it again. Huwag nang maging habit, everyday na lang nagsusorry. Pero at least you are trying to That's part of the manner in handling this conflict. So the result may be influenced by our manner. The tone of the voice matters a lot. So kung gaano ba kalakas yung boses or kahina or ka-aggressive or ka-assertive yung boses, it matters. Okay. So just to clear this phase is that conflict at work is certain. Normal po 'yon. So tingnan mo yung katabi mo ulit, nagka-conflict ba ako sa kanya? Nagka-conflict ba ako kay ate? Nagka-conflict ba ako kay Kuya Guard, kay ating utility? Oo o hindi. So kung oo, okay lang naman 'yon. It's normal. Pero matagal ba kayo nagka-conflict? Or you tried to reach out? May mga times na you may not for the time being kasi you have to process first. Hindi naman ibig sabihin agad-agad okay na. Pero you have to process first your emotion and to heal before you move to a reconciliation. Okay, we will be discussing that later. Okay. So yan, conflict resolution in the workplace. Someone would say, okay, yes, we will resolve. Some would say, no, I would mean it. I will stay with my principle. I don't care to your principle. I would love to make sure that my points will be heard. And okay. According to Thomas Kilmann model, there are 5 conflict resolution strategies. There are 5 strategies. So as I was about to share with you these 5, allow me to first allow me to share these 5, and then you think while I am discussing these 5, you think alin ba dito sa 5 ang lagi kong ginagamit? Or alin ba dito sa 5 ang hindi ko kailanman ginamit? Or alin dito sa 5 ang ginagamit ko sila lahat? It will depend upon on the time, depend upon the situation, and it will depend upon on the person. Kasi you can use different strategy to the different persons. Of course, kapag boss mo, makikipag-away ka ba? Hindi naman, syempre, you will always say yes. Pero kung kapareho mo lang siya, you can also assert. Okay, let's try. Okay, there are 5. The first one is, ayan, are you the one who take risk? Or you're the one who loves escapism? You would like to escape. You would love to avoid. Okay, let's first number 1, avoiding. Are you the person who uses avoiding strategy in every conflict? Someone who uses a strategy of avoiding mostly tries to ignore or sidestep the conflict, hoping it will resolve itself. If there's a conflict, okay, I will avoid it. I will not discuss it. I will not try to meddle. I will not try to confront. Instead, I will go out of the room. I will go out of the office. I will avoid this thing because it will be resolved by himself, by herself. So, ganun. Kayo po ba ganun? You try to avoid? Or, you will say yes, oo. Minsan hindi. Depende sa issue. So yan, that's first strategy. And that is a strategy. If you avoid, strategy mo yan. Okay. The second one is the accommodating. Accommodating, using the strategy of accommodating to resolve conflict essentially involves taking steps to satisfy the other party's concerns or demands at the expense of your own needs or desire. Are you using the accommodating strategy wherein you would say, o sige na, kayo na ang tama, ako lang mali. O sige na, kung kakasiya nyo yan, go, I will follow. O sige na, kahit masakit sa aking loob, I will say yes. Are you the person who uses accommodating strategy in every conflict? Okay lang na masunod kayo kahit hindi yung gusto ko. O di ba parang ano man tawag doon? Paano yung effect? Victim ba yun? Hindi, ewan ko. That's second one. First is accommodating. Second is First is avoiding, second is accommodating. The third strategy is compromising. This strategy, compromising, involves finding an acceptable resolution that will partly, but not entirely, satisfy the concerns of all parties involved. So you compromise. Okay, let's settle with plan C. I like plan A, you like plan B, so go. Let's settle on plan C. So, you compromise. Okay, gagawin ko to, gawin mo yan. Are you a person who uses compromising strategy in every conflict? Gagawin ko na lang para wala lang gulo, para wala nang ingay, para wala nang sakit-sakit, wala nang away-away. Okay na, gay, fine. But it will somehow resolve one issue but not entirely satisfy all the concerns of all parties. So that's number 3. Number 4, the competing strategy. This strategy tries to satisfy their own desires at the expense of other parties involved. So this is the opposite of the accommodating. On the accommodating, you say, okay, fine. You follow, I will follow. I will say yes to your opinions, to your plans. Well, on the competing, hindi pwede. Ikaw yun. No, ito masusunod kasi ito ang alam kong tama. Ito ang maganda. Ito ang appropriate. This is the bright idea. Because I'm the most intelligent person in the room, so therefore, you have to follow me. So yun, competing. Gusto mo ikaw yung competitive ka. Gusto mo ikaw yung susunod kasi you know many things over the others. Siguro meron siyang know-it-all syndrome. Okay. And the 5th strategy is collaborating. This strategy involves finding a solution that entirely satisfies the concerns of all parties. So you collaborate. Are you using the collaborating strategy? Wherein you collaborate. Okay, let's collaborate. Ano ba yung pwede ninyo? Pwede sa akin, pwede sa lahat. Will it be okay to everyone? Are you okay? Plan A, plan B, plan C, person A, person B. So those are the 5 strategies on conflict resolution. So may I ask, if it's okay, before I proceed to the next one, may I ask, among the 5 strategies, alin po yung lagi nyong kayo? Alin yung strategy na lagi nyong ginagamit among the 5 strategies? Whether it's a conflict challenge inside the workplace, whether it is workplace, whether it's a conflict inside the house or in your family, alin yung lagi nyong ginagamit? Okay. So may sumasagot ba? Meron bang sumasagot? Okay, siguro sumasagot din sila. Hindi ko nga lang nakikita. Okay. Okay, so those are the 5 strategies that you may, hi po. May nababasa na akong chat. I'm so happy. At least may nababasa na ako. So among the 5, hi sa mga nandyan na nag-hi sa akin. Hi, ma'am. Yes. Hi. So among the 5, alin kayo doon? Siguro if you will ask me, of course, the best is the collaborating. Pero there were times, I'll be honest, there were times where I used the other strategies. Say, for example, I used the accommodating, o di ba? Accommodating depende kapag boss mo, okay, okay po ma'am, okay po sir, go. Saan kayo masaya? Game, doon yon. Chill. So accommodating doon kahit oh my gosh, nasasaktan ako, ay hindi ko alam kung anong gagawin ko, but you will say yes. There are also times when you're using the competing. No, I mean my words. I mean my principle. I mean my plan. So depende siguro sa pagkakataon. But I hope and pray, whatever strategy that you will use, I hope you will do it in a manner where it is not offensive on other party, on other person. So, kasi in a conflict, one of the things na nare-ruin ng conflict is our relationship. The relationship which we are trying to at least maintain a good for peaceful coexistence. We want to have a good relationship in a workplace. Imagine you will be working from 8 to 5 in that office and you're not okay with the rest of the people. Parang pinaliit mo yung mundo mo. But if you're okay with everyone, ang laki-laki ng mundo mo. Okay. So yun po. Yan. Let's move. Saan ako? Ang galing-galing. Hindi ko na alam yung sunod. Saan yung part? Okay. Now, yan. So, let's move. We can avoid, as I discussed the 5 strategies, let's move to the reality. That this is really happening. This is really the reality we're in. Whether it's small or big, there is really conflict at workplace. Okay, what's the causes? Ano ba yung causes talaga ng conflict? Okay, conflict, let me present 8 causes. The first one is conflicting needs. Iba-iba yung mga needs natin. Pwedeng you need this particular thing and that particular the person A, ito yung need ko. You have to satisfy my needs because this is part of my work. So I have to prioritize. Wala akong pakialam kung malilate kayo. Basta ako mauna. Okay, that's first. Second, conflicting styles. Third is conflicting perceptions. Fourth, conflicting goals. O iba-iba yung goals natin. Whether you would like to, you're aiming for a higher thing or you're aiming for a average lang or you're complacent with your present status. Conflicting pressures. Yon, medyo big deal yon. Kasi for every work, there is an expected output for every person. So, pwede that will be one major cause. One of the major causes of conflict inside the workplace. Conflicting roles. Yan. Yun. Before nga hindi pa siya boss, friends kami. Ngayong boss na siya, hindi na kami friends. Bakit kaya? So, probably your friend is now occupying a higher position and a higher expectation is also on his or her shoulder. So, I believe kung may boss akong friend, mas dapat suportahan natin kasi iba yung need nila. Sabi nga nila, hindi daw masaya. I have a friend who is occupying high position in the academy. Sabi niya, hindi masaya doon sa taas. Mas masaya yung sa mababa. So since naalam ko yung roles, yung role, the big role, the bulk of work na meron sa kanya. So as a friend, for a fact na she or he needs help. She needs also that yung mga cheerleaders niya. So different personal values, yan. We came from the different culture. May kultura sa bahay, may kultura sa community. That's different roles. That's part of the not natural thing na we came from the different family with different personal values, different hierarchy of values. So you cannot expect. Say for example, your topmost value is fairness. Yung co-worker mo, hindi naman yung topmost value niya. Ang topmost value niya is obedience. So, kanya-kanya. So, of course, unpredictable policies. So, these are some of the causes of work conflict in the workplace. Next, So, if ever that will happen, if ever you will encounter, because I believe you have already encountered those things, marami na kayong naranasan at nalampasan, congratulations, that's normal. So, kung may mga conflict kayong na-experience and nalagpasan ninyo, congratulate yourself. Congratulations. At normal po yun. Do not ever think na, ay, naging bad ako, hindi na siguro ako, wala na siguro akong chance. Of course not. Every day is a chance. Every day is an avenue for you to be a better person, to be a better you. So, kung may mga conflict with coworkers, with co-employees, there's still another day to pacify, to mend, and to reconcile. Okay, lalo na ngayon, that's one of the realization. That's one of my biggest realization in this pandemic. Ang buhay pala talaga ay temporary lang. So, kung may mga conflicts, if you can possibly settle, better. Hindi natin alam kung sa mga susunod, okay pa ba tayo? So kung kung okay pa ngayon, let's share good vibes. Let's share inspiration. Let's share more love, most especially with our co-workers. Kasi sila yung mga kasamahan natin. Sila yung nagbibigay sa iyo ng ulam kapag lunch. Sila yung nagpapahiram ng ballpen. Sila yung nagbibigay sa iyo magpapahiram ng pamasahe kapag walang pamasahe. So yun. Okay. Now, so if in case there is already conflict, di natin maiwasan. Meron na. Okay, number 1, let's embrace. As we embrace the new normal, let us not forget also to embrace conflict. That is normal, that is certain, and that is unavoidable, inevitable rather. So don't avoid it or pretend nothing has happened. So if something happened in the office, something happened between your friends or among your colleagues, try not to avoid that. If you can slowly discuss the issue, the better. And if in case you cannot discuss it automatically with the person who is involved, you can seek help from the other person, from third party, from other friends. Hindi third party the bad thing. So other friends, ask for help, seek for help, look for happy helpers. Because kasi sa loob ng office nyo, loob ng department nyo, you can also pinpoint among your colleagues, among your coworkers, there is 1, 2, 3 or more who are happy helpers, who will be happy helping you. Happy helping you mend whatever differences, happy helping you reconcile. Okay, that's first. Try not to avoid it. If there's already an issue, if there's already a conflict, try to discuss it slowly. I'm not asking na hindi kayo nagkasundo today or ngayon, i-confront mo na agad. Baka kailangan niyo muna mag-breathe in and breathe out. Try to think rationally. Let us not be so subjective and let our emotion run our system. Pinairal mo na yung nararamdaman mo. Galit ka. Pati yung isip mo, galit ka. Galit ka na sa lahat ng tao. Nakakapangit magalit. Siyempre, ayaw nating lahat maging pangit. So, huwag tayo laging galit. Smile, smile lang. Tig-isa lang yung life. Okay, so number 2, under that embracing your conflict, deal with these uncomfortable issues as soon as possible before problems and bad feelings become embedded in everyday work. So since hindi mo diniscuss, since you avoided that, since you ignored, wala namang problema. Ako lang yung may problema or siya lang problema ko, hindi naman lahat. So probably that will root for another issue. So if you can try, kaya deal with uncomfortable issues as soon as possible. So if you can do it this time, maybe tomorrow, you assess your feeling kasi it would be better once you talk or once you discuss it with a person or with a group, you are already on a state na okay ka. Kasi if you will be dealing with a person, if you will be talking, confronting, wherein you're still on the height of your emotion, you will be creating another problem. So if possible, if you can deal with these uncomfortable issues on the time that you're already okay, your emotion is stable. So, ikaw lang naman makakasabi niyan. Baka after a week, maging stable yung nararamdaman mo. It's up to you. Walang pipilit sa'yo. So, kung kailan you feel okay, kung kailan feeling mo you will have clear mind, you can accept reasons. Kasi kapag yung pinaiiral natin yung emosyon, we cannot accept reasons. So, on the time when you can accept reasons, na you can also put your shoes on the other person's shoes. Saka, yun lang po yung time. That's the time that you can discuss. Third is encourage your coworker to find way to work it out. So whoever, whether it's your coworker or it's your colleague, you encourage. Paano ba kami magiging okay? Or paano ba tayo magiging okay? Let's reconcile. Okay, and this is the best. The last part. Address issues in private. If possible, or if pwede, address issues in private. If you are a boss, sorry kung may mga boss dyan, share lang to ha. If you are a boss, if there are issues, if you have complaints with your coworker, with your staff, we will be so happy. I am one of the may boss din ako. So I would be so happy if you will be discussing issues sa akin. Kung may problema ako sa inyo. Halimbawa, ako'y laging late. Halimbawa lang, lagi akong late. So, sana ako yung kausapin mo. Sana ako yung kausapin. Hindi yung nalalaman ko siya doon sa coworker ko. Na ay, sabi niya pala, I am always late. Although, alam ko naman. But it would be better, or you don't like what I did, say for example may nasabi ako or may nagawa ako, I would be very happy as an employee if you will be talking to me personally, and let's discuss yung mga deficiencies ko. Let's discuss yung mga kakulangan ko, because I believe I'm working and this is my bread and butter. Gagawin ko naman kasi trabaho ko ito. Gusto ko ang trabaho ko. Lalo na sa panahon na ito, kailangan ko ng trabaho. So, let us address issues in private, because that will also save our relationship. Because if you will be discussing issues with other person who is not even involved, may possibility sumakit yung loob ko towards that person. Yung coworker ko, kwento na pala ako. So yeah, that's first, embracing conflict. The second one, let's talk together. Usap tayo. Let's talk together. Let us set up a time and a place so you can talk for an extended span without outside interruptions. So if there are issues that you think with your colleague or your co-worker inside the office, you can look for us place. Say for example, hindi mo gusto na mag-usap kayo sa office nyo pa din. So you can set, pwede kayo daan sa bench. Baka pwede kayo sa bench. Baka pwede kayo sa coffee shop. Baka pwede kayo sa lugar na hindi naman yung madilim. So sa lugar na you will be so okay to open whatever apprehensions, fears na meron kayo nararamdaman. Set the time. Okay, give each person adequate time to needs to hear. So, once you talk, wag uusap tayo. Okay, taldal ng taldal. And the other person is the one who keeps on listening. Sana, when you talk together, kaya nga talk together, you give each time adequate time to say his or her piece. You give time na maintindihan mo. And once the other person is talking, hey, better listen. Wag yung, nakikinig ka, pero nagre-ready ka nung i-reply mo. Nakikinig ka, pero ang isasagot mo ulit, i-blame mo siya. So, you forfeit the objective of that talk. That you will talk for you to be okay. You will talk for you to reconcile. You will talk for you to meet on possible same resolution. Yun ang purpose. Don't forget that. That's the purpose of your meeting. Hindi yung to air out all your angst, all your apprehensions, all your issues. Probably yes, pero at the end, always bear in your mind, at the end of this talk, we will be okay. But kung at the end of the talk, mas lalo kayong naging hindi okay. Next, remember this is not the time for attack or blaming, but for harmonizing and reconciling. So when you talk, when you set for a talk, when you set for a meeting, make sure you will always end with your objective. Parang sa lesson plan lang. So you have your objective on the first part of the lesson. And then you will evaluate on the last part. Nangyari ba yung objectives namin or hindi? Sumabog, walang output, walang nangyaring reconciliation, walang nangyaring okay. Mas lalong na open up yung mga issues in the past. Alam mo, noong 2005, at exactly 5 o'clock in the afternoon, iniwan mo ako sa office na mag-isa. Aba, 2020 na po ngayon, 2005 pa yung issue mo. Okay. Noong 2014, alas 12, hindi mo ako binigyan ng ulam. Dahil doon, hindi naka-harmonize kasi marami palang issue sa buhay. So yeah, first is you embrace the conflict. Second is to talk together. Third one is, listen carefully. You know, ma'am and sir, I believe magagaling tayo kung mga nasa CBSUA. And the things I'm sharing right now, these are the things that you already know. But allow me but I hope you will open again your mind, your heart to accept these statements. So listen carefully. It is essential to give your full attention to the person who is talking. So if he is talking, give your full attention. Hindi yung makikipag-reconcile, magiging okay, hawak ng phone, hawak ng anong bagay. So seriously, it will not be a full reconciliation. It will be just a parcel, but not a full one because you didn't give your full attention. Or someone is talking, you are making yourself ready. Ano ang aking i-rebate dito? So, wag ganun. Make sure you're getting the message he or she intends to send. So, you somehow, as a counselor, we do look on the things that they are not saying. You know, every time I have a counseling, of course, I do listen. I do give the full attention to my client. But I also look into those things, into those actions, into those statements that somehow he or she is not saying yung right term, but that's still on her action. Look for those things na may mga action, may mga sa mata niya, sa actions niya. Meron doon, may mga messages doon na probably the person cannot deliver the right word, the right statement, but you can see it on her eyes. Nagsasabi lang naman siyang okay po, okay na tayo, pero on her or his eyes, hindi pa siya okay. Okay. So, be mindful of those things because if you truly want a full or a reconciliation which is really authentic, make sure that you will be aware of these things. Third one is ask clarifying question if needs for the sake of clarification, not for pointing blame. So if there are issues still na hindi po okay, clarify. That's very normal. Clarify it for the sake of clarification. Hindi yung meron siyang nasabing term, meron siyang nasabing statement, and then you will use again this statement against her or against him. Or may nakwento siya, and then you will be using that to blame him or to blame her. That is not listening carefully. That is looking for terms. That is looking for a situation. That is looking for a chance to blame the person. So again, it will not make it will not make your relationship okay. So yeah. So first, embracing the conflict, talk together, listen carefully, and fourth, you find agreement. Okay. Resolution is possible only when you find points of agreement. Kahit naman saan, kahit naman kung anong issue, there will always be resolution. Naalala ko nga noon nung nasa ibang agency pa ako, they always say, wala naman talagang, with the cliche, wala naman talagang problema hindi masosolve. Pero lang daw yung kamatayan. Kasi sabi daw, yun daw, wala daw solution. Because that is certain. So resolution is possible only when you find points of agreement. So doon sa collaborating, you collaborate. Alin ba yung pwede nating mapagkasunduan? Huwag tayo doon sa maghihiwalay tayo. Doon tayo sa magkakasundo tayo. Okay. You should emerge from the experience with some positive instead of negatives. So find this challenge, this conflict. May this conflict in the workplace, may this disagreement in the workplace, may this thing make your relationship as a coworker stronger. So you will be yung bind nyo as coworkers mas magiging pusog in biblical term, mas magiging pusog siya instead of you dividing the group. Ay hindi, kay person A ako magsa-side at wala akong pakialam kay person B. So yun, you have created division. Which somehow it's normal in a workplace to create division, but I hope and pray that for the peaceful coexistence, you will still look for the positive things, for the positive vibes. Okay. Looking for agreement demonstrates your willingness to seek out common ground and build a good relationship. So you look for that's when you look for agreement, it demonstrates your willingness, not only your willingness, but your maturity as a person. When you talk to the person na naka-hurt sa'yo, and you agree for peaceful coexistence in the workplace, you are not only demonstrating your willingness, but also your maturity. But you're also professional. It's part of the work. It's part in the workplace. So I have to deal with it, but deal it with grace. Deal it with class. Hindi yung parang nakikipag-away, yung tipong hindi masyadong bagay sa mga katulad natin. So hindi tayo makikipag-away kasi sabi natin, if possible, kasi hindi naman talaga yung maiiwasan kasi may mga tao talagang hindi natin makakasundo. Pero if possible lang naman, if possible, find resolution. Okay. Yan. I put it in the last part. Be quick to forgive. Every conflict needs a clear resolution that acknowledges hurt feelings and find a solution that begins to mend them. Do not be so boastful enough not to apologize. You apologize. Bakit? Pag nag-apologize ba ikaw, mababawasan ng isang finger ang hand mo? Pag nag-apologize ba ikaw, mawawala yung pagiging yung isang letra sa dulo ng pangalan mo? Pag nag-sorry ka ba, mababawasan yung kilay mo? Hindi naman, di ba? Pag nag-sorry ka, baka lalo ka pang gumanda. Tingnan mo nga yung mga ka-office mate niyo dyan. Baka sakasakali mas maganda na ngayon. Kasi marunong silang mag-acknowledge ng fault nila. Marunong silang magsabi ng sorry. Hindi naman kasi kung sobra naman kung lagi lang sorry. Pero tingnan nyo nga yung office mate nyo, baka lalong gumwapo. Kasi marunong siyang magsabi ng sorry. Baka lalong gumanda kasi marunong siya magsabi ng sorry. And when you say sorry and once you apologize, you are not only sharing the peace with your coworkers, with your colleagues, but you are also making yourself peaceful. Basta ako nag-sorry. Ako walang grudge sa puso ko. Kung meron pa siya, kanya niya na yun. Buhay niya na yun. Pero sana mawala din. I will pray for that. Pero sa akin, nag-sorry na ako. And I do mean that. And I do mean that. And that's authentic. I mean my sorry. Kasi yung sorry labas naman daw sa noo or labas doon sa nose, hindi naman yung totoo. So, hindi nakakapaganda. Paalala. So, apologize. Be quick to forgive. Lalo na, it's your office coworker. It's your colleague. Every day, you will see him or you will see her. Mabuti kung iba yung department nyo. Sorry. Or ibang hindi mo siya makita o hindi mo siya makakausap. Pero kung office, isa kayong office, makikita mo siya araw-araw. So, love, love, love. Okay. Okay pa ba tayo dyan? Okay pa ba yung mga kasama ko sa CBSUA?
Yes, Ma'am Colette, we're still okay po.
Okay ba yung sound ko, sir? Or masyadong malakas?
Okay lang po, ma'am.
Okay. Oh, may dog. Saan yun? Hi, dog. Let's move. We can choose our battles. Okay. What happens if you try to fight every battle? Para kayong dog. You will bark on all trees. Oh, thank you, ha. Nakasingit siya. Which battles do you think is important to fight and why? Medyo di nga yung maganda yung term dito. Which battles do you think it is important to fight? Hindi naman ata maganda to fight. Bakit may nagre-raise ng hand? May nagre-raise ba ng hand? Okay. What happens if you try to fight every battle? Sana we will not try. We have to choose yung mga conflict na pipiliin natin. Kasi may mga conflict na, oh my gosh, so petty. Makakasira ng face mo. May mga issues na pwede natin pag-usapan. Lalo na if it's issues which talks about productivity, issues which talks about our outputs. Those are issues worth na pwedeng pag-usapan. Pero yung mga petty, kung sinong kumuha ng ballpen, kung sino naghiram ng pentel pen, kung sinong uminom ng tubig. Oh my gosh, pwede bang pag-usapan na lang po yun? Kasi masyado siyang maliit na bagay para yung wrinkles ninyo ay tumubo. Okay. So, choose your battles. Now, as we choose our battles, we have to also, para hindi mangyari yun, ano yung mga there are also ways, according to Catherine Graham, there are ways to avoid conflict in the workplace. May mga ways naman pala siya. If possible, we can avoid conflict to happen. Okay, yan. Be aware of the personality clashes. Be aware that there are different personality inside the office. Say, for example, inside the classroom, I am the teacher. I have 40 students and I will be dealing with the 40 different personality. And different, aside from personality, different IQ level. So I have to be aware with that. I should not expect that you will get my lesson outright. Pagkatapos na mag-lesson, gets na yung lahat. Which is very impossible knowing na mga estudyante minsan nakaharap sa'yo, wala naman sa'yo yung isip. Physically present, but mentally exploring the outer space. So, be aware. So, malay mo yung ka-coworker mo, issue na sa'yo, yung isang bagay, sa kanya, hindi issue. Galit ka, yung coworker mo, hindi galit. Parang nakakainis yun, di ba? May issue sa'yo, sa kanya hindi issue yun. So, be aware of personality clashes. Know that there are different types of personality. Sa office, meron dyan commander, may debater, may advocate. Of course, meron naman mediator, merong protagonist, walang antagonist. May campaigner, may defender, may executive, may entrepreneur. Sa office, may entrepreneur, may adventurer. At sa office din, merong entertainer. Be aware of this different personality to avoid personality clashes. Be aware that in the office, may mga tao na very positive. Okay, that's very possible. We can do these things. We can make this happen. Meron naman mga tao sa office na, ay, hindi yan kaya. Imposible yan. Hindi yan mangyayari. Hindi natin yun kaya. So, be aware of this different personality. And I hope you will associate yourself with people na, yes, we can do it together. We can make this happen. Parang video lang, make things happen. Okay? So, be aware of these different personality clashes. Because if you are not aware of that, clashes, conflict will really happen every day, every hour. But since you're with your coworkers, halimbawa, coworker mo na siya for quite a long time, aware ka na din ng personality niya. Aware ka na din ng mga kaya at hindi niya kaya. So you have to learn also the personality of your coworkers. You have also to adjust. Not only to learn, but you have to adjust. You have to bend and you have to blend with them. Hindi sila yung mag-a-adjust sa iyo. Lalo na kung hindi naman tayong mga hindi masyadong boss. Nag-a-adjust tayo sa kanila. So ating mga boss. That's part of unscripted rule. Mag-a-adjust talaga tayo sa kanila. Kasi, they have their vision. Pero kung hindi naman, dapat, kung ka-coworker, wag naman sobrang adjust tayo. Dapat chill-chill naman tayo. Let us have our own share na ng effort. Hindi lang mag-e-effort yung iba. Ikaw din. Okay. First. Second one, ganito kasi yan. Iba-iba kasi tayo. Pwedeng hirap ako sa part na ito. Pero para sa'yo, madali lang. Pwedeng ikaw, hirap ka sa part na yan, pero para sa akin, madali lang. So we face different struggles in life. Kaya nga dapat, mas malalim yung pag-uwanawa natin sa isa't isa. Lalo na sa ating mga coworkers. Okay? Next. Communicate respectfully. So, if you can deliver your issues, if you can deliver privately, the better. We will truly appreciate that. If you can settle issues, conflict in a private manner, because that will show respect. So, and once you do it, you communicate respectfully. You still address, accord, appropriate respect. Huwag yung mag-name calling na, magiging ka ng bully. So, hindi naman ata uso yan masyado sa atin. Kasi mga fun-loving naman yung mga people dito sa atin. Okay. So, respect. Make sure when you communicate, you do it in a manner na there is still respect. You make sure that you are aware of your tone of voice. Baka yung voice mo, masyado ng malakas to the extent that even maganda yung kwento mo, maganda yung sinasabi, you are saying sorry, you are apologizing, but the tone of your voice is so high, it still will not sound apologetic. Hindi ko naman yung sinasabi, you will be using super soft voice. So just use a normal tone of voice. Okay. So, and not only the tone of voice, but be aware of the words that you will be uttering. Make sure you will choose your words. Choose the appropriate words. Baka kasi, once you talk, you choose the words na hindi maganda, it will not end up on your objective. See life from my side. So when you communicate, make sure that you also listen to the other's point of view. Baka yon, ang tingin mo sa iyo 6, ang tingin niya 9. Pareho kayong tama. Pareho naman yung tinitingnan ninyo. So probably you are on the different different views. Iba lang yung look nyo sa problem. The other person look at the problem as an opportunity, while the other person look it as a hindrance, as a barrier. So why don't you recognize alin doon? Baka sa kanya 6, sa iyo 9, baka yung totoo 0 pala yun. So just because you are seeing these things on your perspective doesn't mean mali na yung sa kanila, sa iba. You discuss. Kasi, or baka, sa kanya, naging 99, sa iyo 9. Yung pala, mataas na grado ng kanyang eyes. Baka mataas na yung grado ng kanyang eyes. Kaya, medyo dumoble na. So, yeah. Next, don't get involved in emotional manipulation. Yun ang hindi masyadong maganda. Okay, so don't get involved in emotional manipulation. You are in a conflict, you will be yung magwawala ka na, yung magwawala ka na just to prove your point. Or kung hindi naman, ikaw naman manipulate don't manipulate the emotion, lalo na of the group. So don't get involved in emotional manipulation. Don't manipulate them to the extent that you will be using that manipulation to get your side. So don't play so victim, pa-victim siya para mag-get niya yung approval ng iba. Or iba naman, you tend to be so aggressive para matakot din sila. So that's the thing. Know what is important. Why is mutual respect so important in the workplace? So know what is important. Probably on the issue, ano yung importante doon? We are talking about productivity. We are talking about the output. Let us focus on our product. But as we focus on our product, as we focus on our output, make sure that as we do it, as we do the process, we are not ruining our relationship as co-worker, because we are together on this endeavor. We are together on this plan. Tayo. So hindi dapat tayo nagkakahiwa-hiwalay. So know what is important. What is important? Importante ba yung relationship sa inyo o importante yung pride nyo or ego nyo? Ikaw po, ano yung importante? So yung quote na nakuha ko, sabi daw, to make patol is human, but to make deadma is divine. So, papatulan mo ba yung mga sign that you are still human, but sorry, nawala po ba ako? Ang daldal ko kasi. Hi, Sir Louie.
Hi, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We can hear you po.
Nawala ba yung slides ko?
Kanina po, ma'am. Nakat ka po sa ano.
Okay.
Pa-share
So,
screen na lang
ngayon,
po ulit, ma'am.
Share screen ulit ako.
Yes po, ma'am. Yes po.
Okay. Ulit natin yung share screen. Okay. Okay pa ba sila, sir? Okay pa naman. Sana okay pa sila.
Yes, ma'am. Yes po. We're still okay, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. To make patol is human, but to make deadma is divine. So, try, in as much as possible, may mga issues na baka hindi naman masyadong kapatol-patol. Okay. So, be positive. Huwag sa COVID, be positive. Be positive thinking. Positive thinking evokes more energy, more initiative, and more happiness. So yan. Because happiness is an inside job. So be positive. Once you become positive, baka itong challenge na ito, baka itong conflict na ito, this will make our relationship better. Baka itong conflict na ito, this will make our workplace a better place. Look for the silver lining. Sabi nga kaya, look for the silver lining. Baka this will be an opportunity for us to be closer to one another, closer you and I. And it will be a passageway for a more happiness inside the workplace. Okay, let's move. Okay, there is a situation here. Dealing with difficult situations. I just chose this one. I saw a lot of examples. I used this one. So what's the main problem? The main problem, a coworker has an annoying habit of doing something that you can't stand anymore. So may habit siya. Ano yung habit? Obsessively clicking pens, playing music too loudly, or chewing gum like a cow munching on grass. So, ano yung possible strategy natin sa kanya? Okay. Make sure that you aren't guilty of something as annoying as annoying. So, make sure na yung tatlong kinakagalit mo, hindi mo rin yung ginagawa, ha? Baka galit ka sa kanya, ginagawa mo din. See what you can do to block out the habit that annoys you. So, if ever you will be buying a candy, huwag ka lang bibili ng chewing gum. Kasi, mag-chew na naman yung coworker mo ng ganun. So, yan. Or, playing music too loudly, you can somehow ask na, i-lower yung volume. You can ask for help. Okay. Invest in headphones. So, halimbawa, playing music too loudly, bumili ka din ng headphones para hindi ka lang for peaceful coexistence. If you can really put up with them, politely ask your coworker to refrain. Tell them that you get easily distracted. Above all, be nice about it. So, yun ang mga possible strategy to solve primarily solve the challenge inside the office. Okay. So if ever you already know the strategy, among the 5 strategies, which will I use if this particular conflict happened in our office? You know what to do if ever there will be conflict. And if in case you would like to bounce back, there are also ways to recover. So conflict from this challenge. So we choose to bounce back from challenges. I was talking last week with the teachers of Pili National High School. I discussed with them the mental health at workplace, and I shared with them what are the ways for you to bounce back. How are you going to recover from this challenge, from this conflict? Actually, the first thing that you have to do is to make sure that you are okay. You cannot build a good relationship in the office, build a wonderful relationship with your coworkers, with your colleagues, if you are not emotionally okay. And of course, if you are not mentally okay. So you can recover, you can go back, you can recover from the challenge, from the conflict, with one thing in your mind. Make sure that your self-care and yourself is your emotion, your self-care, yourself is your priority. Kasi how can you radiate positivity? How can you inspire your coworkers? How can you medal an issue? How can you show love? How can you share happiness kung wala naman yun sa'yo? Okay, so this one. Wellness, yun na nga, yung sabi ni Sir, this is your training on wellness. Wellness and self-care is for everyone. Care for yourself. That is number one, the first thing from every conflict. Okay, wellness and self-care is for everyone. And that is your priority. And self-care is a must. Walang ibang gagawa niyan. Kaya nga self-care. You do not expect others, oh, you care for me in order for me to be okay. Or you have to make me happy. Or you have to make sure that you will be doing something that I will be happy. Hindi naman po pwedeng ganon. Magsisimula mo muna po yun sa sarili mo. Okay, self-care. That is engaging in activities and behaviors that have positive effect on one's mental and physical health. So, ano ang goal natin in order for us not to have conflict, to recover from conflict, and to manage conflict is to make sure na hindi tayo stressed. We have to reduce stress. Kasi nagsisimula naman talaga yun. If you are stressed, that's the time that you can also start a conflict. Preserve relationship. Make sure na on top of this issue, on top of this conflict, hindi masisira ng bonggang-bongga yung relationship ko with my coworkers. Kasi kasama ko sila every day of my life. From Monday to Friday, from 8 to 5. Imagine. So, I have to preserve this wonderful, this good relationship with my coworkers. Maintain a beneficial work-life balance and nurture mental and physical well-being. Okay. So, let me just share. Mabilisan na lang ito kasi I know yung time, gusto niyo nang umuwi. Ako din, gusto ko nang umuwi. Okay, so what are the possible ways to show your self-care in order for you to bounce back from these things? Nutrition. Kain tayo na masarap. Hindi naman pala. Hindi lahat ng masarap ay nutritious. So, nutrition. Andyan yung sa skin natin. Hindi ko na isa-isahin. Nutrition, that's first. Second, so kung kaya natin yan, exercise routines. That's second. Third, sleep hygiene. At least maintain a good sleeping habit. Getting the right amount of sleep for your body is a gift. So, sleeping enough, if you sleep at least 6 hours, kasi sa mga edad natin ngayon, 6 hours na straight, oh, hallelujah, thanks God, kapag merong ganon. So, sleeping is a gift. Gift natin yun sa sarili natin because we are giving ourselves a chance to rest our mind and our body. Okay, maintaining a functional sleep schedule. So, yun po. And of course, let yourself on other recreational activities. These things will make you feel good. And once you feel good, once you feel okay, you can avoid conflict. There will be, you can handle challenges. Yan, may nakalagay dyan sa baba, travel. Kaya lang ngayon, hindi tayo maka-travel because of the restriction. Travel shows. Yun ang ginagawa ko this past few days. Lagi akong tumitingin sa mga documentaries na travel, pumupunta sa iba't ibang lugar para nakakapunta na rin ako doon. So, yeah, let me add spirituality. Fulfilling spiritual religious needs if applicable. Seeking out spiritual guidance as needed. And connecting with others of similar faith. So, it doesn't necessarily mean that you have to be affiliated in this one religion for you to be okay, for you not to meddle for you not to be involved in conflict. Hindi naman po ibig sabihin ganun. So, spirituality will also help you bounce back. Lahat naman po yun, di ba? Sabi daw, lahat naman tayo nagpipray. Kapag nagpipray daw tayo, di ba, we put our hands together. In one of my readings, that is a sign of surrendering. That is a sign of surrender. That is acknowledging na there is one person or being na above sa atin na watch over us. So, spirituality. Okay. Remember that I am beautiful. You are beautiful. You are handsome. Tell your colleagues. Tingnan mo nga yung co-workers mo. Yung mga co-workers mo. Sabihan mo nga sila, oy, ang ganda mo. Oy, ang gwapo mo. Pero make sure totoo yun, ha? Hindi yung joke-joke lang. So, ang ganda, ang gwapo nila. Oy, Sir Louie, ang ganda ng picture mo dyan. So, congratulations kasi graduation picture mo yan. So, I am loved. I am forgiven by the mercy of God. So, once you imbibe that, once you put that in your system, you are also putting good energies. And that is somehow one energy that will avoid conflict inside the workplace. Because you know for a fact na hindi ako magpapastress because I am beautiful. Okay. Remember, a kind gesture can reach a wound that only a compassion can heal. So, everyone, this is the challenge. Stay gentle, everyone, because everyone is at war, especially this time. We are in a pandemic. We are in a situation abnormal, if you may call it abnormal situation. So, if there's one thing we can do, at least be gentle. At least be kind. Yun na lang. And of course, let us not forget to always have a positive self-talk. Your mind is a powerful thing. When you fill it with positive thoughts, your life will definitely change. What you think, what you feel, and what you act is something na will invite good relationship. Kung you talk good, you act good, you feel good, you will have a good working relationship with your coworkers. Okay, realities in life, all of course, there are struggles, there are conflicts, there are challenges, there are problems. Normal na normal. Pag pagod ka, magpahinga ka. Pero huwag kang susuko. You can rest, you can pause, but never ever dare to quit. Hindi yan uso sa atin. Hindi yan bagay sa atin. Hindi yan bagay sa'yo. Tingnan mo nga yung sarili mo sa mirror kung meron dyan. Hindi naman bagay sa yung sumuko. At lalong hindi tayo susuko ngayon. Okay. Kailangan tayo ng university. Okay. You seriously have no idea. Also take note, in the workplace, you seriously have no idea what people are dealing with in their personal life. So, just be nice. It is simple. It is that simple. Hindi natin alam yung pinagdadaanan ng coworker natin. Nung boss natin, baka sobrang taas na nung pressure sa kanila. So, probably they are asking so many favors, so many errands from you kasi marami din sa kanilang pressure. Mataas din yung pressure sa kanila. So the thing is they will be asking help from you. Probably hindi na maganda yung tone niya. So you can also try to understand. Baka nga may pinagdadaanan din si sir, may pinagdadaanan din si ma'am. So what you can do is to simply just be nice to them. Okay, there is a thing. Number of times daw, a person craves a hug in a day. Number of times a person craves a hug in a day is 13 times. 3 times numbers of second. 3 numbers or 3 seconds, the average hug lasts. So hug natin. 1, 2, 3. That's the average number of hugs. Number of seconds for a hug to have medical healing properties. So if you want to have that medical healing properties, pag-hug, you hug the person that you care, that you love for 20 minutes. Pero ngayon, hindi pwede sa office kasi unang-una, physical distancing tayo. So with your children, with your parents, hug long and hug often. Okay. Remember, whether you are in a conflict or not, you are good enough. You are good. You tell your coworkers na nandyan pa po, yung mga present pa, although it's already for something, you tell your coworkers, you are enough. Ma'am Leia, you are enough. Hi, Jem, you are enough. You are enough as a person. Okay. Appreciate little things. Kasi someone once told me to always live for the little things in life, live for a 5 a.m. sunrises and 5 p.m. sunset. So mga 5 p.m. na. Where where you see colors in the sky that don't usually belong. Live for road trips and bike rides with music in your ears and wind in your hairs. Live for days when you're surrounded by your favorite people who make you realize that the world is not a cold, a harsh place. Live for a little things because they will make you realize that this is what life is about. This is what it means to be alive. So appreciate little things. So appreciate your coworkers. Appreciate them. Magaling yung coworker ko mag-encode, magbilang ng money sa cashier. So yun, appreciate those things. Okay? Meron dito, I found it in the Pinterest. If feelings could talk, if you feel this one, if feelings could talk, if feelings could talk, sadness might be telling you, I need to cry. It's okay to cry. Sadness might be telling you, I need to cry. Whether you're old or you're young, it's okay to cry. Whether you are boss or not, it's okay to cry. Para ma-realize nyo, try nyo, baka wala na kayong tear gland. Loneliness might be telling me, I need connection. Shame might be telling me, I need compassion. Resentment might be telling me, I need to forgive. Emptiness might be telling me, I need to do something creative. Anger might be telling me, I need to check in with my boundaries. Anxiety might be telling me, I need to breathe. Stress, marami tayo niyan, might be telling me, I need to take it one step at a time. So, tara, pag may issue, usap tayo. Thank you and good afternoon. Salamat sa mga nagstay. Salamat sa mga nagdangog. Salamat sa sayaan pa din. Thank you so much. This is Colette from CBSUA Pasakaw Campus.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Colette, for giving us a lively discussion on how we can deal with challenges lively and how we can deal with problems we can encounter daily in life. Thank you so
Hi,
much,
Sir
Ma'am.
Louie.
Ma'am, thank you so much po and God bless. So are there questions regarding the discussion of Ma'am Colette? Ma'am, there's a question, Ma'am, here raised by Ma'am Jen Francisco. Ma'am, how to cope if the challenge is inside ourselves?
Yourself. Tama ba? Am I reading it right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, hello, Ma'am Jen. How to cope if the challenge is inside yourself? Tara, usap tayo, Ma'am Jen. Baka we need to talk. Okay, if it's inside yourself, you really have to get to know first what is the root of that. Ano ba yung root nung nararamdaman mong anong klaseng challenge ba yun? Is it a fear? Is it an apprehension? Anong particular? Let us identify first. And then, let's discuss in private. How to cope if the challenging, siguro po I really need to talk to you. I would be glad to talk to you also. Kahit virtual, we can discuss. We can have this telecounseling virtual. I'm okay with that. I do have e-counseling with my students. Halos may mga issues, mga ganyan. So far, okay naman. Nagiging okay din sila.
Okay po, thank you so much, Ma'am Colette,
Thank you, Ma'am
for that.
Jen.
So I guess if you still have questions or
Okay.
clarifications, you just chat or message Ma'am Colette to talk to Ma'am Colette personally. Is it okay, Ma'am?
Oo, of course. Mm-mm.
Sige,
Oo
thank you,
naman, for
Ma'am.
the
Thank you
love
so
of
much po.
CBSU.
Thank you so much, Ma'am. And now, before we end our 3-day training, I would like to let's look back on what transpired to this 3-day training webinar on health and wellness and service excellence. So, Dr. Naperi reminded us that as we deliver excellent service, we need to keep in mind the values of discipline, respect, and care. And our resource persons during the first day help us through the different tips on how we can maintain holistic well-being. Dr. Belmonte on physical health, Ms. De La Trinidad on mental health and resiliency, and Father Canonce rather, on spiritual health. Moreover, Mr. Gador walked us through the different online and offline applications which we can use during this time of pandemic for us to be effectively or we can effectively and efficiently deliver quality excellent service. And lastly, three of our faculty experts, Dr. Haber, Dr. Pan, and Dr. Falabi, on excellent service reminded us of the different aspects of services we offer, such as communication, in oral and writing, how we can deal with challenges and components of excellent services, and how we can still improve on this aspect. So those there are we have already. So these are the chunks of our 3-day training webinar. With this, I believe we can now continue to deliver quality, excellent service to our client amidst this pandemic. And I would like to thank our president for supporting us to this endeavor, and also our vice president for administration and finance for staying with us through the 3-day training webinar, and also to our resource person, Dr. Belmonte, Ms. De La Trinidad, Father Canonce, Mr. Gador, Dr. Haber, Dr. Pan, and Dr. Falapi, and all the administrative officials and teaching staff who stayed with us through this training. With this, let's transform the CBSUA system in this time of pandemic as we envision our university as an agricultural research university of global standards. So reminder to everyone, kindly submit an evaluation after the training webinar. To those who haven't yet accessed or answered the first two evaluation, we will just send or post the links for you to access this evaluation. And also, all the training videos will be available online. Thank you so much, everyone. Keep safe and God bless.